Hello and welcome to this, our 209th live stream. One meaning flippancy. Instead of the one meaning fallacy, we're going to live stream here on one meaning flippancy. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which this month has been our exegetical fallacies month. So, after this video, please go back and check that video. We also did a live stream this Wednesday that was talking about our novel, Reliquary of the Dead. If you haven't bought a copy already, please do so, especially if you like science fiction that mixes archaeology, mystery, and spirit critters all together. We also want to let you know, too, that the sequel to that book, All the Stars as Angel, is already available for pre-order. So please do so and order that sequel on Amazon. Okay. Now, that's enough with the business portion of the live stream. We'll get into the rules here quickly and then into the questions. Okay. Rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. That's true on every YouTube live stream. Dossman, Dr. Falk live streams in a week. Yeah, it's kind of unusual for us. We don't do normally two in a week. So yeah, this was a very special week. Okay, spirit critters. Gotta love the spirit critters. Nothing, no description more aptly describes it than that. Okay, so the rules again. Okay, we do take non-super chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. That way we know it's directed to us. Because we do get so many comments on the live chat, if there's no Q and a colon, we don't see it. It might as well not exist. Okay. Only post non-super chat questions once. No question spamming. That will disqualify your question for the night. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. So basically, what is the what book of the Bible it's from, what chapter and what verse. We need the text so that we can sort of hunt things down, okay, to make sure that we're getting it right. Also, if you sponsor a super chat or a non-super chat, in which we allow, we do ask that you put in the you copy the question you're sponsoring in your super chat so that we don't have to hunt for it. Again, that's a time saver for us. That means less dead air. Okay? And then finally, only post one question per chat. We did have a problem at one point where people were packing 10 questions into a chat. There's no way we can answer that. Okay? So only one question per chat. Okay? And that applies to both super chats and to non-super chats. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, we're going to start the night here with some non-super chats. And the first one here is from AEIUNO, who happened to join us on our trip to Egypt back in March. And he asks, if an Exodus event happened under Ramses II, why did he remain so highly esteemed, including among Dynasty 20 pharaohs? Wouldn't this be considered a major embarrassment and a failure to preserve Ma'at? Okay, now we kind of have to understand for the reign of Ramses II, the Exodus took place in his 25th year. But his reign went on for a total of 66 years. Okay? So he's not even halfway through his reign when the Exodus takes place. That's a lot of time for damage control. And he continues to build monuments. He continues to build temples all over the place. The pharaohs that came after Ramses II weren't so interested in the fact that, he had a defeat. They were looking at his buildings. They were looking at his temple, the Ramesseum. They were looking at his tomb. They were looking at all the temples he built, like at in the low delta, as well as down as far as Sudan. His temple at Abu Simbel was considered to be a masterpiece of a boundary temple. Okay, so the one thing Ramses II really was great at, he wasn't a great military leader. He was a great builder, and his claim to immortality among the Ramessides was in his ability to build, and to sort of self-aggrandize. Okay, so Mama says, so he had time to cover it up and memories are short. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, he had another 41 years to cover everything up. That's a long time to cover everything up. Big Destiny. All sins are forgiven by infrastructure. Laugh out loud. More or less, yeah. So that's really why, even though he had this hiccup in his reign, and frankly, one city of Semitic slaves leaving Dodge really wasn't going to permanently negatively affect his reign. Okay, the chariots were a loss, and frankly, he never did go on campaign after his 25th year. In fact, his final campaign into the Levant was in his 17th year. Okay, so after the 17th year, he really didn't use his chariots much anyway. Okay, so um, so there really wasn't much need for him to do police actions in the Levant. He had already established his reputation there, and it really wasn't going to be a problem until a successor came to the throne. And when a successor did come to the throne, which was Merneptah, yeah, it really did become a problem then for him. But for Ramses, it didn't. Okay? So I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next question here is from Harry Stark, who asks a question on behalf of another subscriber. And this is a reposting of Edith's question. She reposted to the comments of the last stream, but we don't take questions out of the comments. So he reposted the question here, and reposting Edith's question: were the Egyptian gods originally based on humans who later became deified? Generally not. Not that we know of. Okay? The Egyptian gods don't seem to be based upon people. There is one exception where a person's tomb is sort of back attributed to Osiris, which is the tomb of Jer. But Osiris himself was not based on Jer. Jer seems to have been come after the earliest totems of Osiris. Okay, so basically, later people will come by to Abydos, look at Jer's tomb, and say, "Oh, this must be the tomb of Osiris," and falsely ascribe. Later Egyptologists and scholars will falsely ascribe the origin of Osiris to Jer. But Osiris seems to have even predated Jer. Okay, so um I'll take that. Ryan Comcamp says, weren't all pharaohs gods in a sense? Not really. No. Here's the way apotheosis worked in Egypt. And what we mean by apotheosis is the process of a mortal person becoming a god. Okay? The way it worked was that when you died, okay, your body was in this sort of vulnerable state until it underwent this process of transformation through Osiris to become godlike. Okay, basically flesh of gold, bones of iron. Okay, now the pharaohs weren't considered to be gods when they were mortal. That changes in Dynasty 18. Amenhotep III is the first pharaoh to, in his own lifetime, call himself a god. That continues through Dynasty 19, but it ends at the end of Dynasty 20. At the end of the Dynasty 20, pharaohs are no longer considered to be living gods. They just are considered to be men. But that's because of a political dispute between the king of Lower Egypt, supposedly the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, but really de facto the king of Lower Egypt, and the priesthood of Thebes. Okay? But that marks the beginning of the third intermediate period. So, through most of Egyptian history, pharaohs weren't considered to be gods, but gods in potential. But in that respect, everyone was, in a sense, a kind of god in potential. So they weren't really considered gods, as I said, until the mid New Kingdom, until the end of the New Kingdom. That was really the only time that they were considered to be gods proper. Okay, so hope that helped, and thank you for that follow-up question. But overall, the Egyptian gods did not come from humans based. It was kind of more of a localism that the Egyptian gods developed from. So every locality had its own unique, say, deity that either stayed to the local village or sort of became regional and then national in scope. Okay, so like a god like Amun was very regional to the area of Khemu, and then Khemu, his influence as he became a royal cult expanded beyond that city. Khemu is the name of Hermopolis Magna. Okay, but that seems to be how the Egyptian gods sort of developed, is they became local centers of worship that then just expanded out. And they don't seem to be based on human beings as such. Like, for example, the Wenu Nome had a hare god, that a god based on a rabbit. So, every sort of region had its own sets of deities and religious practices. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. We won't take this one now, but can you make a note of a Kitty? There is a question. No, not that one. The Jonah question. We'll take that one at the. Yeah, we'll take that at the end of the stream. Okay, good. Actually, we just won't take it now, because we are going to get to the super chats first. Get an early start on the super chats for a change. Okay, and the first super chat here is from AT Ministries. Oh. Okay, and he asks, so I get my own segment now. Yeah, you've had your own segment for a time. We've called this the AT Ministry Show. We have a foodie section. We have the lore section. The AT show begins. Yeah, BC. Okay. Darkblade goes, I just finished catching up. Skip the rules in the book plug. Hey, the book plug's the most important part. That's where we cook. Come on. All right, the next one here. From 18 Ministers for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Explain the helicopter, the light bulb, and the jet carvings. Okay, he's talking about the carvings we find at Dendera Temple. Okay? Now, the helicopter and the jet are what's called a palimpsest. Basically, they aren't really helicopters, and they aren't really Jets, what they are is one set of hieroglyphs that has been carved over by another person. Okay? So, and actually, I think that one, the helicopter and the jet, that's at Abydos Temple. The Temple of Seti the First at Abydos. Okay? The light bulb's at Dendera. Okay? Now, the helicopter and the jet, that's a palimpsest. It's one hieroglyph carved over the other. That we see it today. To us, because of our modern context, it looks like a helicopter and a jet, but it didn't mean that in ancient times. Okay? So, that's that one. Now, the light bulb, that is in the alabaster carvings in the secret place underneath the temple at Dendara. Okay? And it's not really a light bulb. It's just a very stylized lotus bulb. Okay? So it wouldn't even function as a light bulb. It's not meant to be a light bulb. It's just supposed to be a lotus pod. Okay? So that Big Destiny, I see your logical explanation and choose to believe the aliens. Amazing how many people do. Okay. It's not aliens, but it's aliens. Oh, I gotta ask that. This is in college classes. Yeah, I remember a college kid coming up to me and saying at the beginning of the semester, what's there to know about ancient Egypt? Just pyramids and aliens. He was serious. Like, oh boy, you're gonna discover how much there is to know. And then you're gonna pray that you pass this class because it's like drinking out of a fire hose. Yeah, he got a shock. Yeah. But it's amazing how many people believe it's aliens. Okay. All right. So that explains the palimpsests and the lotus carving at Abydos and at Dendera. Okay? So thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one by 18 Ministries for 199. Why is Abraham God's friend? Because he works in God's favor willingly. Okay? Now, not everybody in the Old Testament who was supposedly on Yahweh's side always did things for Yahweh's benefit. Okay? Like David. David was said to be a man after God's own heart. That wasn't a way of saying that David was God's friend, but that whatever God desired, David did. For whatever reasons, good or bad. Okay? In the case of Abraham, Abraham walked with God and desired to serve God. His heart was aligned towards doing what God willed. Okay? So he was not at enmity with God in any way. Yeah, he sinned, he screwed up, everyone does. Okay? But overall, his heart was aligned to be God's friend. Okay? So Jack Ray, no, absolutely not. No, dragging noises. No, you got me here, but no. Yeah. Yep. A lot of unwilling people in the Old Testament. Okay, a lot of them. Okay. Yeah.
What's the sign of?
Yeah. Darkblade indirectly gets God's will done through selfish rampages. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So, Yeah, that would be more what we're talking about here. Okay. Mysterious Fungus asks a follow-up question. Relating to Abraham, would his clothing resemble Canaanite clothing, or would he still be wearing clothes relating to his ancestral land? He'd be wearing more stuff like what the Canaanites would wear. The reason why is because he's a sojourner now. Uh, his ancestral land was in a city. Okay, Urkesh was a city in northern Mesopotamia. The clothing would be different because it would be clothing suited for city life. If you're doing pastoral life and you're a shepherd, you're going to have different clothes because your day-to-day needs are different. Okay? So his clothing would more resemble a Canaanite's clothing than it would resemble, say, somebody from Mesopotamia. Okay? So, yeah, it's the same difference as say a New York businessman versus a Texas cowboy. The clothing's going to be different because the type of work's different. Okay, next one here. So that's why Abraham is called God's friend, because he's basically walking with God. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Are cognate studies still safe if you want to be an Old Testament scholar? The pendulum has swung the other direction now. Okay, it's no longer fashionable. It was like 10 years ago fashionable to hire people who were cognate graduates in Old Testament departments. It's no longer the case. Okay. The reason is mostly now because of the decline of seminaries as a whole. Okay. When you get the decline of seminaries, what tends to happen is schools tend to start hiring along really, really strict academic confines. And the reason is because usually at that point, New Testament scholars sort of take over key positions within the school. They don't recognize cognate fields. They say, oh, well, in order to be an Old Testament scholar, you've got to get your PhD in Old Testament in Hebrew Bible, and that's the end of it. Schools at that point become very parochial, and that's what we're seeing right now is the parochialization of seminaries, at least the ones that are still surviving. This is what happened to Trinity. It got rid of all its cognate studies and started going down that road of parochialism, and now it's a dead seminary. So no, it's no longer safe. It's no longer a good idea if you want to get into Old Testament studies and want to work as an Old Testament scholar to do cognate studies. Now, do I still recommend cognate studies? Absolutely, because this the quality of education is really, really excellent in cognate studies. In some ways, it's better than, say, a low-level Old Testament study at some minor school. Okay, the thing is, you can find Old Testament like Hebrew Bible programs everywhere. There's hundreds of them, and they vary in quality. Some of them are very good, the top schools. The other ones are not so good. Okay. But because there's so few cognate study schools, most of them tend to be pretty good. Okay. Like for example, I mean, you have two schools that are right next door to each other. I mean, you have Liverpool, University of Liverpool, who has the #1 Egyptology program in the world. Okay. You go a few miles away to the University of Manchester that has a Hebrew Bible school, a Bible Hebrew Bible program, and that's below the 200 rank. Okay? Two schools, both of which are usually highly rated. One has a program that's like top of the field, one that's not so good. So, you know, you got to be a lot more careful and a lot more selective about Old Testament and Hebrew Bible studies just because there's so much competition out there and a lot of them are not great. Okay? So, a lot of this is what you're going to how you're going to define safe. Safe to get a job, safe to get a good education. I mean, how you're going to define safe here. So, that's going to depend upon a lot of what sort of risks you want to take. And taking a PhD is always a risk of some kind. Darkblade, if I remember correctly, isn't that the one you went to for your Egyptology degree? Yes, it is. Yeah. And I went to it because it was the best. And I wasn't disappointed. Okay, I wasn't disappointed by the University of Liverpool's Egyptology program. It was an excellent program. Well, I mean, you have to sort of ask around for rankings, but yeah. For programs, schools are all ranked, but programs tend to be you have to kind of more put your ear to the ground as far as the ranking of the actual programs. Harvard. Yeah, like Harvard is a top school in law. It's like either number one or number two in law. As far as theology, it's like bottom of the bucket. It's bottom of the bucket. It's a terrible program if you're doing theology. So again, you got to kind of put your ear to the ground and find out what the reputation is of these schools before you sort of sign on with them. Okay, so AT, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Would Moses have known he was a Hebrew? How? No, he would not have probably known he was a Hebrew. Okay, now the word Hebrew is a very tricky word anyway. Okay, the word Hebrew is probably a corruption of the word Hapiru. Okay, but he would not have considered himself a Hapiru at the time. The word when it becomes an ethnonym, okay, as opposed to a class distinction. Now we gotta just separate with the word term Hebrew, its meaning as an ethnonym versus a class distinction. Okay, now a class distinction of the class distinction meaning of Hebrew or Hapiru is an outcast, a bum, a sojourner, a migrant, a good for nothing, a mercenary, bum. Okay, that's the meaning of a Hapiru. The Hebrew as an ethnonym is somebody who speaks the Hebrew language. Oh, he would have known he was the son of Jacob, but that doesn't make you a Hebrew. Because yeah, he would understand himself more as an Amorite. Okay, he would understand himself more as being Amoritic than a Hebrew, because the Hebrew identity as a ethnonym hadn't been sort of hammered out yet. The reference to Abraham as a Hebrew is probably that corruption of Hapiru, meaning a sojourner or bum. BC asks, or is it that is it all Hebrews are bums, but not all bums are Hebrews? Well, not even all Hebrews are bums. Okay? Some Hebrews are bums. Okay? Some Hebrews are Hapiru, but some aren't. Like those who dwell in a city. If you dwell in a city, you're not a Hapiru. Okay? So once they come into the promised land and say the Levites take over the Levitical cities, they aren't bums anymore. They're not Hapiru. They then become, say, Hebrew by virtue of speaking the Hebrew language. Okay, but that sort of takes time. So yeah, Jonathan Walker says, I think Hebrew with Abraham meant to be Hapiru, and Habiru is just a different spelling of Hapiru. Okay, as well, since as Hebrew was not exactly a language or identity at the time. Yes, I would agree with that. And I think that that spelling of Habiru, I think the Masoretic text has done us a disservice here by putting um medieval vowel pointings into the consonants here. So I think that's done a disservice to this, because you could read the consonants as Habiru, not Hebrew. Yeah, Apiru is another spelling for it. And again, that's because of, say, that that ayin can convert to a round H. Okay, so Hapiru, Apiru, Abiru, Habiru, it's all the same word. Jonathan Walker, just like Amarapi and Amarfel, yeah, absolutely. Amarapi, it can become Hammurabi. Same difference, same thing. That P can convert to a B, that ayin can convert to a round H. So, or aleph, if it starts with an aleph. Any glottal stop consonant can convert to a round H. And Hunegard talks about this in his Ugaritic to Akkadian little booklet that he did. Okay, so let's get back here to the super chats. I think we covered that. So, Moses would have not known he was a Hebrew. He might have considered himself a Hapiru, a bum, after he left Egypt. But he wouldn't have considered himself to be that ethnic designation of a Hebrew, because that had not yet formed. 18 Ministries for 199. What was the pre-Exodus religious practice in Avaris? It was Baal worship. Mysterious fungus. I don't know why I find the word bum so funny. Okay, so what was the pre-Exodus religious practice at Avaris? We know that they worshipped 3 Canaanite deities: Astarte, Resheph, and Baal. Baal was the major god worship there. There was 2 temples of Baal there, and they date back to the Hyksos period. Okay, so this is when we talk about, say, when the Israelites leave Egypt, and you get this big dispute between Korah and Moses. The Korah rebellion is based upon the whole thing that Korah was probably priests. The clan of Korah were probably priests in the temple of Baal at Avaris. Okay? Because what happens is, Korah just pulls out an incense spoon and starts burning incense. Wait, how does he have a incense spoon on hand? You know, I have never seen a single commentator raise this question of how does Korah have an incense spoon just ready to whip out? Hmm? Watch pump? Every good gentleman has one. This was something that was used by priests, Egyptian priests. So how does he have one on hand? Let alone incense. That's the other thing is how does Korah have incense on hand and an incense spoon? Yeah. But that's how we know that Korah and his clan they were involved with Baal worship. So yeah, so yeah, it was basically an Egyptian style practice of worship of Canaanite deities. You had some Seth worship there because the Egyptians basically saw that Seth was essentially the same god as Baal. So you had the two sort of practices merge out of Varus. So so that's what pre-Exodus religious practice was like at Avaris. There was a temple there where they worshipped Baal, they burned incense, they did their offerings, and they had a priesthood. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministers for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What ancient Near Eastern peoples had 7-day weeks? As far as we know, only the Israelites. Okay? There is some possibility that that other people did it too in Canaan, but we're not sure. We don't have any evidence of 7-day weeks by any other people. I'm not sure what the Mesopotamians did, so don't quote me on that. But I know the Egyptians had a 10-day week. The Romans originally, I believe, had an 8-day week. Okay, so very few ancient Near Eastern peoples had 7-day weeks. So, as far as I know, the earliest one was the Israelites who had this. Okay. Darkblade says my 6th grade history book says the Chaldeans did. That's really late though. Okay. When you're talking Chaldeans, you're already talking 8th century BC, I believe. So yeah, you're already talking quite late already. I mean, that's long, long after the Israelites were already practicing a. Yeah, the idea had already caught on at that point. All right, let's go on the next super chat here. 18 ministers for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. The people in Luke 8 were Gadites, not Greeks. Yes, that's correct. They were Gadites. That's the territorial holdings of the tribe of Dan or Gad. Sorry, Gad. They were the territorial holdings of the tribe of Gad, and you had the Reubenites, Gad, and Manasseh there. And Manasseh had the southern part of that Jordan holdings. Reuben had the north, and Gad's in between. So Gerizim is right smack dab in the middle of the tribe of Gad. And Christ had gone out into Gerizim to talk to Jews. He wasn't talking to Greeks out there. Those weren't Greeks he was talking to. Okay? He was talking to good Israelites out there in Gerizim. So these would had to have been descendants of the tribe of Gad. Gad. Yeah. Gad. Why is that hard to say? Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Ryan says, everyone had a 7-day week. They just didn't know it. I suppose. Egads by Jack Raid. Always with the puns. Ready with the puns. Uh, okay, next one here. Um, Gerizim is where the Samaritans have their mountain. A different Geras. It's Gerasene, not Gerizim. Okay, just want to make that clear. Not the same place. Okay, Gerasene is is in the middle of Jordan. Gerizim is in Syria. Okay, so that there is a slight difference. It isn't it's close to Samaria. Sorry, it's close to Samaria. So that's southern Syria. So not the same place. Kerosene. That would be explosive. Okay. 18 minutes just for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What was the living situation of the family of Ramses during and after Moses' birth? Uh the Ramessides were living in um the palace of what was it? I think it was Amenhotep the third at during well, now the birth of Moses took place during the reign of King I. Okay. Ramses was stationed already in the Delta. He was a soldier, he was a general. He might have already been a vizier of Lower Egypt, we don't know for sure. But he would have been living, the Ramessides would have been living in the city of Avaris somewhere. Okay. Now, after the birth of Moses and the adoption of Moses by Ramses the First's daughter, and Horemheb comes to the throne a couple years later, Ramses the First is elevated to vizier of Lower Egypt. At that point, he moves into the local palace at Avaris. First, probably the palace of Amenhotep the Third. Later on, the palace of Horemheb. Okay, Horemheb builds a palace at Avaris, and that palace is not a royal palace per se. It's as much an administrative center as anything else, and it's where the vizier of Lower Egypt lives. Okay, so um, so they're living it well. Okay, the Ramessides already have control of all that land. They're regional major property owners because of their ancestors go back to the conquest by most of the first. So they have that land already. So they're well off. The Ramessides are very well off. Andrew Graham asks, was Moses ever in line for the throne? No, he was never in line for the throne. To be in line for the throne, you either have to be son of the Great Queen, son of a biological son of a minor queen, or you have to, barring all that, and there's no sort of daughter to take over the end of the dynasty. Then it becomes succession goes to viziers, priests, generals, whoever can take the throne. Okay, Moses would have never been in line for the throne as an adopted son. Never, he would have never been in line. Yeah, an adopted son of a daughter of a king would never get you in line for the throne, ever. He's just not in the line of succession. Camilla Bard. You dare say Moses' mother wasn't a queen? Shame! Shame! Oh, I'm sure there are some goofy people out there that would say that. Um, Darkblade says Moses' adopted grandpa not yet being pharaoh at the time of his birth also makes sense from a geography sense. As the Nile flows north, so Pharaoh's daughter would have had to be in or north of Goshen. Yeah. Well, Goshen was owned essentially by the Ramessides. So it also makes sense too because a daughter of a king can't adopt. But a daughter of someone who is not yet king, well, when that person is not yet king, that daughter can still adopt. So it makes sense in other ways too. So, Mama asks, do we have any clues as to which son of Ramses was the one that may have died from the plague? Yes, we do. It was most likely Amenhotep, which was the firstborn of now not just the firstborn as in a designated inheritor, but actually first in birth order. Um, he was the chief diplomat and crown prince of Egypt up until about the 25th year of Ramses II, and then he dies. He dies. He's dead. Um, we also know that he had a son. So not only does the firstborn die, the grandson dies too. Jack Ray, 25th year again, yeah. It's also the year that one of the viziers dies. So, yeah, it wasn't a good year. It was not a good year. Mama, well. Funny how that works. Yeah, so the son that died was Amenhotep. Um, now Ramses II had a lot of sons that predeceased him. The first 12 predeceased him, but the one in the 25th year that was Amenhotep. He's the first to go down. Jonathan Walker, atheist. That's just a coincidence. Doesn't matter if it's a coincidence if the Bible gets it right, does it? Oops. Coinkadink. Okay, so that was funny. Okay, we got a AT Ministries member question here. Why are you so happy when Esther leaves a super chat, but not me? Oh, we love your super chats. Yes, we love you, Esther. Yeah, we do. But we also love Levi, who left a comment also. Okay, you know, we love you all. Okay, everyone in my in my audience are intelligent, sophisticated, well read, literate, good looking. Can't forget the good looking. And we love and appreciate all of you, even the ones that do the super chats. Michael Michael Price. Everyone who watches us and leaves us super chats is good looking. Come on, you can be more good looking if you want by giving us more generous super chats. I mean. Camel Leopard, stop! I'm blushing. At least buy me dinner first. No. You have to buy me dinner, okay? Super chats, buy me dinner, and then I tell you you're good looking. Jack Ray is really good looking. Absolutely. Dossman says Jack Ray is really good looking. Hey, yeah, absolutely. Okay. PC, beauty is fleeting, but substantial super chats last forever. Absolutely. Okay. AT Ministries for 199. I'm giving you all a short AT segment this week. Laugh out loud. Well, wasn't that short. I mean, it still took over 40 minutes, but hey, hey. Dark Plague, everyone in your audience, even Dr. Petrovich, who we know has seen at least one of your videos, he doesn't watch very much of my stuff, honestly. Yeah, he's not really part of the community. He doesn't subscribe to the channel. He doesn't watch these live streams. We mean those who participate and are, try to, join the culture. Okay. But he doesn't actually participate. He stays away from this channel like the plague. Okay. Okay, next one here. 80 Ministries for 199. By the way, Itai is proud of your new Haritos pronunciation. Haritos. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, pronunciation isn't my thing. I'm very, very. I'm a avid reader. I'm not very good with pronunciations. Okay, so um. Oh, yeah, well. Okay, next one here is from Frog Paste for $10. Thank you for that generous super chat. He says, I have been enjoying the Discord community, but it'll be too late for me to join the live stream, so I'll catch it later. Have a great night. Thanks, you too. Yeah, if you want to continue the conversation afterwards, we have a vibrant Discord community. The link is in the description. We would definitely recommend that people join us on the Discord server, especially if you want, say, to talk on a more social level. We don't answer questions there, okay? At least I don't. I make it a policy not to answer questions on the Discord, but we do have a very active writers community there. We do have people who do discuss Christian history, theology, archaeology on there. So, yeah, I would highly encourage people to go to join the Discord community because it's a lot of fun. Also, we have memes and and continue the food discussion. Okay. Um. So I'm going to take this non-super chat next, which is from Mike JSB. Actually, no, we'll take that later. But record that 610. 610. I'll do that one later. Okay, I have a 610. I'll just make a note of it. CPU 1. I'll do that one now. For $10. Thank you for the super chat. What are some people or places that are mentioned in the Bible that later people would not know about if they were making a forgery? I mean, people or places that have been verified to have existed. Well, first of all, there are some places that have been verified to exist that would have they wouldn't have known about if they were making a forgery. Probably the key example from, say, the Book of Exodus is Pihahirot. Okay, now that has been verified in Egyptian texts. It's not a big city. It's a tiny outpost at best. Okay, it has been verified through Egyptian texts, so we know it exists. We don't know where it is. We think it's probably in the southern Plusiak estuary area. But later biblical writers would not have known about this. It's not on any major highway. It's not on any major road. It's in the middle of nowhere. Okay? So, if you're going through the road of Horus, you would have never encountered Pihahi Road. If you had gone through, say, the Way of Shur, you would have never hit Pihahi Road. Okay? So, there's very little, and really, it only has like 1 or 2 references in Egyptian texts. So it's obscure even by Egyptian standards. So, yeah, it's also in the vicinity of the Sea of Reeds, too. So it helps. But you'd only know about this little town if you happen to have passed by it. That's it. It's, as I said, it's not on any major trade route. It's not on any major military route. It's in the middle of nowhere. You know? It's kind of like if you travel from say Reno to Las Vegas, and you happen to pass through Cole Junction. Okay? You only know about Cole Junction because you passed through it. Nobody lives there anymore. It's kind of a semi-ghost... It's a ghost town with no buildings left. But the sign for the town is still there. You only know about Cole Junction because you passed through it. You might be able to look out on the map, but you wouldn't know to look it up on the map unless you've heard of it. A camel leopard. Well, now I know about it. Yeah, you do. But somebody had to tell you about it who'd been there. It's kind of like that. So that's one of those things where if you had been there and put boots on the ground, you know, the population of Cole Junction is 0. It's 0. Okay? But again, you only would know about it if you had driven through it. Yeah, we're in the know now. Really, only thing that's left of it is a train car that's tipped on its side that used to hold coal. That's the only thing that's left of Cole Junction. So yeah, it's but you get some places like this in the Bible too, and the like Pihahi Road. It's one of those places that you'd only know about if you had been there in the ancient world. You know, it's not, it doesn't survive past say 1000 BC. You know, the Plusiac branch of the Nile, that estuary has pretty much dried up by that point. So all those cities in the southern Plusiac area, estuary area, are gone. So there's really not much left about that. So, you know, it's one of those things where if you're trying to make a forgery of the Bible, and I read a review of a book on the Exodus today, and basically the author of the book was basically saying that if there's historical correspondence, we have good warrant for assuming it's history. And the person reviewing it said, it just makes it plausible, not possible. And I'm going, what? Huh? And I'm really thinking, as I'm reading what the reviewer is saying, is that, well, the reviewer is saying, well, just because it got some of the details right, you know, that could just be a coincidence. And I'm thinking, well, some of these details are oddly specific. You know, things about like the birthing bricks. You know, you wouldn't know about that unless you were in Egypt. You know, the mummification times. Again, you wouldn't know about this unless you were in Egypt. The chain of gold, the seal ring, and the special clothes for the vizier. Wouldn't know that unless you're in Egypt. It's just really strange that we have to sort of go down this repeated channel of, oh, coincidence after coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. It builds up a cognitive load. And at some point that cognitive load's going to just crash. It has to. Because when you get that many coincidences, maybe it's not a coincidence. Oh boy. So yeah, so you get these things that are mentioned in the Bible that, only a local would know. So, but, you do have to sort of at that point go, okay, maybe we should think about this a little deeper and a little more seriously when we do. And that's what I think is really problematic about a lot of the people who say that these are fictional things or fictional people, because every turn of the shovel is showing I mean, they used to say things like, oh well, all the the kings of Israel, they're just made up. And then we started finding an inscription of Jehu and the seal of Hezekiah and reference to David, and it's like, and Omri and Jehoash, and it's just like, okay, how much of this is coincidence, really? So it just strikes me as being baloney, essentially. This out of control skepticism just strikes me as being baloney. So okay, so that's the end of that rant. Okay, but if we've got, say, good correspondence between reality, history, and the Bible, okay, we have to at least ascribe some sort of historical, representation in the Bible. Okay, it can't be all made up, or even a late forgery. Okay. Dossman, Dr. Fault rants are a good time. Yeah, Gloria Seguntus says, I mean, the PhDs who used to claim David was a myth say that the evidence actually says Israel is the house of water. Yeah, right. House of the pot. House of the pot kettle. House of the kettle. As if that made any sense at all. House of the kettle. House of pot, that's California, yeah. But House of the kettle. Like, that's trying too hard to be skeptical. W.H. Fairman used to say, if a translation doesn't make sense, it's nonsense. Camilla Pard, House of the Kettle sounds like it makes some baller popcorn. House of the Kettle is pop for the popcorn king. Yeah, it was House of the Kettle. Are you serious? You serious? Yeah, when I read that paper, it was just like, it's like, you're joking me, right? Mysterious fungus. Dr. Folk, of course they'd be the House of the Kettle. They were Hebrews after all. Ooh. It makes just as much sense, honestly. Makes just as much sense. No, when I read that paper that this is supposed to be translated House of the Kettle. It was just like, no, no, that's so stupid. Nobody names that anything that way. Yeah, Lord of the Tinderbox. Yeah, Lord of the Tinderbox. Yeah, a little family myth on my wife's side of the family. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean that just made no sense at all. It was just so desperate, so desperate. Um, but that's also where how desperate skeptics will get too. Now, fortunately, a lot of people have finally sort of come to their senses on that, but dang, it took a long time. It took a long time for people to come to their senses on that. There was even people who were suggesting that the Teldan Stela was a fake that had been planted in the archaeological dig. Like someone like shoveled up dirt, planted the Teldan Stela in there as a forgery, and then buried it again. And it's just like it was found in situ. I mean, just it was just crazy the extent people went to discount this. Yeah, your evidence is so good it must be fake. Yeah, yeah, it was that was really what it was. It the inscription looked too good. Yeah, that was their excuse. The inscription looked too good. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. Um, oh, so the next super chat here is from Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did the Israelites and Philistines fight near Mount Gilboa because the Philistines managed to penetrate the highlands, or did they enter through the Jezreel Valley? They entered through the Jezreel Valley. Okay. Um, the highlands, they didn't penetrate the highlands, but what they did was the Philistines essentially inhabited the Shephelah Valley. Okay. And the Philistines had the western side of the Shephelah, the Israelites had the eastern side, and the eastern side of the Shephelah was directly adjacent to the Judean foothills. Okay, so to get to Mount Gilboa, the easiest route was for the Philistines was to go up the Shephelah. The Shephelah meets the Jezreel Valley, and then they just hang a right at the Jezreel Valley, and they can go right to Mount Gilboa. So that's just the easiest way to get there. So there that's how it worked out for them. Okay. So if they did when they did fight there, it was again through that Jezreel Valley, and a lot of armies went through the Jezreel Valley. So that was a very common route for armies to take because it was easy to go through it. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Messiah McTelmud for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Besides Thoth, were there other gods that came from body parts or fluids of other gods? Yes, there were. I don't remember who they were per se. But there were some others that did come from body parts. Some of the minor gods did. Um, there was a couple ways that a god could spawn into creation. Okay. It could be done through um the male sex act. It could be done by mommy and daddy god getting together and having mommy and daddy god time. Okay. That was probably your most common way to make gods. Um, Severed body parts sometimes became gods. Okay, that happened too. Um, there was also some instances of self genesis. Okay, so there's a couple instances of self-creation as well. Okay, so you do get so there's a variety of ways that Egyptian gods could come into existence. Again, the most common way is through, say, procreation, where mommy god and daddy god have mommy god and daddy god time, and then they have baby god. Okay, that's the most common way of gods being created. So, YouTube standards. Hey, we have to keep it PG-13 here. All right, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Okay, next one here is from Big Destiny for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, "Howdy, folks." Well, howdy, Big Destiny. You've mentioned before that you're in Canada for the glory of God. Well, I mean, we're in Canada. I don't know exactly for the glory of God, but we're here. What are you guys doing up there? Suffering? Yeah, that's what we're doing up here, is we're suffering. We're paying way too much in rent. That's one thing we're doing. I live here. I live in Vancouver. It's expensive. The politics is real garbage. Yeah, we're not having the best of time up here, okay? Yeah, I basically had to return to my hometown here after doing my stint of my PhD in England. Okay, it's not where I would like to be. Okay, just say that. If I could go back to the United States, I would in a heartbeat. So, all right. Yeah, probably not the answer you're expecting, but hey, that's the truth. Yeah, Brandon says the gamer. More post strikes. Yeah, there's going to be more postal strikes. We should mention that we do have a PO box too. It's, I think we posted it on Discord, but we didn't post it on YouTube. But yeah, we got another postal strike coming up at the end of May. Oh, that should be fun. I'm just hoping that my proof copies of All the Stars as Angels arrive before then. Because otherwise that's going to be really difficult. But yeah, the postal strike is another pain in the backside. So yeah, you gotta love Canada. Gotta love Canada. I mean, Canada Post is really expensive anyway. I mean, it's one of the most expensive, unreliable postal systems in the world. I would love it if they just disbanded Canada Post and replaced it with something better. It's a really inefficient postal system. It's an inefficient postal system that has been bogged down by political favors over the years. Like all the mail in Canada at one point, I think it's still mostly true, has to go to Halifax. So if you want to ship a letter across town, it goes to Halifax first for sorting, and then it comes back here. And why is that? It's a make work program for Halifax. The customs here with Canada Post. Yeah, your parcel could clear customs just fine, but then languish in a Canada Post depot for weeks, months, years. Um, I had shipped a gift for my father when I lived in California. It was one of those sort of gift boxes with a cup, some jerky and cheeses, and it was supposed to be for Christmas. Okay, so and I sent it in October. It arrived in June. It arrived in June. Uh, and my dad threw out all the food because he didn't trust it. But the jerky would have been fine, honestly. The jerky would have been just fine, and maybe even some of the cheese, to be honest, if it had been properly packed. But yeah, that's the sort of thing that you get with Canada Post. It's a terrible postal system. The proof copies to my first book, okay, arrived 2 months after I ordered the second set of them. Yeah, the book, the novel had already gone to press by the time I got the first set of proof copies. My wife wanted to vote in the U.S. election. The ballot arrived a month after the election. Yeah, and we knew from the postal mark that it was sent 10 days before the election. Count of Marcy, is Canada Post government owned? Yes, it is. It's government owned. Yeah, but it's not set up the same way as the U.S. is. It's not independent in the way that the U.S. postal system is. Jack raises UPS. Oh, UPS is worse. Worse. You think Canada Post is bad? UPS here in Canada is just awful. It's even worse than Canada Post, and that's hard to believe. Yeah, well, I mean, let me tell you my tale of UPS. Okay, I had a PO box at the UPS store. Okay, this is the old. If you see my old PO box, is no longer in service, by the way. Okay, I had an old PO box at the UPS store, and I had a company send me a UPS package to that UPS box. And UPS said they couldn't find the UPS store to deliver the UPS package to the UPS box. So they did the return to sender. Even though I told them where to find it, what street it's on, what cross street, what part of the building. Oh, I'm not tired, I'm angry. No, it was UPS was really frustrating to deal with. Really frustrating to deal with. So, I mean, UPS is not an answer just because it's even worse than Canada Post, and that's hard to believe because with Canada Post you're already starting at a very low bar. So, did you draw a map? I don't think it would have mattered. I mean, I was on the phone with him 3 times. On the phone with him 3 times. They just weren't going to deliver. All right, time to go on to the next super chat here. Mama, I swear, Haitian gangs running Haitian would do better. Probably. Hey, Roman Post, at least in the Roman Empire, you send something by Roman Post, it got there. Yeah, the Romans, I think, had a better postal system than Canada did. By a long shot. I mean, in the days of Rome, at least, if you sent something by Roman post, the early Christians got their their encyclicals and the Gospels all the way around the old Roman Empire through Roman post. It was a terrible. I mean, one of the things we talk about Roman roads a lot, but one thing we don't talk about is the Roman postal system. The Roman postal system was really fantastic. And for some reason, we Canada can't seem to duplicate the Roman postal system even. Okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. From Johnny Moe for $10. Thank you for that super chat. David Bentley Hart says we are forced to take a spiritualized view of Genesis. Otherwise, the literal is pure myth. Example, the trees in the garden being there for the gods to eat. How would you respond? I would respond by saying that this is a bifurcation fallacy. It's a black or white fallacy. It's a fallacy of either saying you have to take the spiritual view or the literal view. Those aren't the only options. Okay? You got a mytho-history view. You've got a ritual view. You've got a lot of different views to Genesis. You don't have to just pick one or the other. And I think that's really poor thinking. I think this is really poor thinking where you have to say, oh, you have to take a spiritualized view, or you're forced into this idea. And it just doesn't follow. It just doesn't follow. And yeah, and Mysterious Fungus says, and he's right, when does Genesis say that the trees are for the gods to eat? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. So, I mean, it's a false dichotomy. It's a black or white fallacy, and it's false. It's patently a false dichotomy. I mean, it's false because the alternative isn't true, and it's false because there isn't just two views here. So, it's fallacious on several levels. Okay? So, Mama, why not both? Tony Stark, yeah. Yeah, why not both? And frankly, why is that spiritualized view have to be exclusive? You can have, let's say, a myth-history view where some of it's myth or some of it is literal that's being elevated to a kind of myth. You can have that. Like the Trojan War. The Trojan War is myth-history. There is a core of history to the Trojan War, but it's also been elevated into a divine narrative. Darkblade, and how would someone even interpret the Table of Nations in a spiritual way anyway? Well, I've seen it done. I've seen it done, but again, I'm not. Table of Nations is its own sort of sticky wicket. Camel Leopard asks, would you suggest that myth is a kind of language? I don't know what you mean by kind of language. It is a kind of expression. By reading the meanings of the names and making things up. No. Okay. The names, we don't know what the names mean. Nobody does. Okay. And it's doubtful that they even knew what the names meant. Because a lot of the names that we find in Genesis don't correspond to, say, a Semitic words. Okay, so there's a lot of sort of open questions there as to what those names mean. Okay, so but we getting back to the whole question of myth as a kind of expression. Yeah, sure. Myth, I wouldn't say myth is a kind of language, but it is a kind of expression. You can express things mythologically while still believing they are literal. It's totally true. And it's historians call this reception history. Okay? Reception history is where you take a real historical event that's happening around you and you're saying, well, the gods were involved with this in some way. Like, for example, you know, the claim that, like, for example, let's say you're driving in on the highway, you lose control of your vehicle, but somehow your car just dies and gently glides off the road and no one's hurt. You might say, "Oh, wow, God performed a miracle here. He saved me from a 10-car pileup." Okay? That's taking a historical event of you losing control of your vehicle and saying that God intervened to preserve you in that situation. That's a kind of reception history. So, yeah, it might be absolutely true, but it's also a kind of reception history. Well, mythohistory is a kind of reception history. It's a way of taking something historical and elevating it into the drama of the gods or the drama of ritual. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat, Johnny Mo, and I hope that helped. But yeah, I think Hart here has committed a bifurcation fallacy, and not and both his alternatives here aren't even valid. So, it's worse than a bifurcation fallacy. Okay, Big Destiny for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 6, 1-5. Was it a sin for these angels to marry human women? I don't think they were angels. Let's talk about Genesis 6. We get this one fairly frequently, so we've gone over this several times. Okay, Genesis 6, 1-5. Now it came about when men began to multiply on the face of the land that the daughters were born to them. And the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, whomever they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because he also is flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall be 110 years. The Nephilim were on earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Then the Lord saw the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. All right. Now, this whole thing revolves around an interpretation of this one tiny phrase, sons of God. Okay? Now, there are sons of God that are spirit critters. But the problem here with that particular phrase is that a son of a deity can extend to other things besides, say, divinities. Okay? It can also mean priests, like the son of Re, the sons of Astarte, the daughters of Hathor. These are ancient Near Eastern monikers for kinds of priests. Okay? So there's no guarantee here that this is actually talking about angels. Okay? In fact, when we talk, Christ makes this clear. Like, when he talks about the in the parable of the wife that had seven, the Sadducees. Sadducees say to Christ, okay, there was a woman who married a man and then married his brother after he died, after the first man died. The second man died, and he married the third son, and then so on and so on, and then she married the 7 brothers. They all predeceased her, and then she died. And then they asked Christ, whose husband is she in the afterlife? Or whose wife is she in the afterlife? Okay? And what Christ says is the angels neither marry nor are given in marriage. Okay? So they're spirits. Okay? So he's basically saying that she's not anyone's anyone's wife, and angels themselves are not given in marriage, nor do they procreate. They don't have physical bodies to procreate with. Okay? Any body they manifest is simulacra. It's not flesh and blood. They're not incarnated. Because they're not incarnated, they cannot procreate. Incarnation is a special act of divinity. So, the sons of God cannot be angels, not in this passage. Moreover, we are told that these were men. And you have here the daughters of Adam. And I wish they would do Adam here instead of men, because that's the text here. But daughters of Adam, sons of God. We have two different competing cults here. And in all likelihood, what we have here is a kind of sexual vow that comes with priesthood. Okay? And when we, like, for example, Sargon of Akkad was one of these Nephilim. You know, a guy who had been the result of a forbidden sexual act as a result of a vow. And people back then were really, really scared of this. Okay? So, BC asks, what does it mean to come down here? Phrase come down. No, it doesn't say that. It came about when the men began to multiply on the face of the land, daughters were born to them, and the sons of men saw that the daughters were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves that they choose. Okay. Then the Lord said, my spirit shall not strive with him forever, because he also is flesh, nevertheless his days were 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and afterwards, when the sons of man came into the daughters of men, they didn't come down, they came in. Coming in is a euphemism for sex. Okay? Jonathan Walker says, could verse 3 be strive in man forever? No. No, that could... Let me just check that. I'll check the Hebrew, but... Yeah, that'd be really strange if it was strive in man. That would be a strange reading. No, with is better here, and Be'adam can be with. So, you could stretch that to a idol imagery of man, but I wouldn't do that. It would just the clear. It's just a clearer reading here with man. But it's clear that these are men. Darkblade says the text doesn't explicitly identify Nephilim as offsprings as the sons of God and daughters of men. Yes, it does actually. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of men, and it's a subordinate clause, to the Nephilim here were an clause here. So the sons of God had sex with the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. So the implication here is that the Nephilim were the result of this union. Okay, so I think the text is pretty conclusive here that the Nephilim were the results of this union of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Yeah. The only thing that's really in question here is who are the sons of God. That's really the only thing that's in question. And I think the text makes it pretty clear that they are men. Okay, they are men. Just like, say, Psalm 82 talks about the sons of God, um, and gods being both a reference to, say, spirit critters as well as, say, the human judges. It's both at the same time. It's an amphibole. Here, it's not an amphibole, but it does seem to be a reference to a cult, not, say, a divine being. I know this is not the interpretation Michael Heiser takes. I think he's wrong here. I think his reasoning for this is wrong too. Okay. Amphibole, like frog. Um, yes, it's from the same root. Amphibian and amphibole come from the same root, meaning like ambidextrous, two, two ways. An amphibian is something that can live on land and in water. An amphibole is a phrase or a passage that can be interpreted two ways at the same time. Ambidextrous, you're right-handed and left-handed. Yeah, it's the same root. Mysterious Fungus, why would the Nephilim with their attributes result directly in this union? Like, why would they be men of renown? Because they broke the vow. Okay? If you break a religious vow back then, it was seen, this is part of the cultural context of the ancient world. Okay? The cultural context of the ancient world was, if you make a vow to a god that you will reserve yourself to the god and abstain from sex, if you break that vow, bad things happen. One of those bad things is that great men arise, disrupting the society as a whole. Just like Sargon of Akkad. He's born out of wedlock as a result of this vow being broken. And he goes and he destroys 5 kingdoms. He conquers five kingdoms and destroys them. He becomes a societal disruptor. And that's what they're talking about here as men of renown. Men who basically go out and create chaos. Chaos and conquest. Ryan asks, so renown is not a good thing in this context. Oh no, it's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. It's a really bad thing. Mama, so men of renown is not a compliment. It's not a compliment. No. And you get this sometimes, where, yeah, politicians are men of renown. Serial killers are men of renown. You don't want to be one. Just saying. Okay? Mama, honestly, Doc, that translation is confusing. Yeah, well, yeah, it is. But there's times when this happens. Because again, we're not party to the context. We have our own context, and the problem is we read this through Western eyes, and then we come up with these really strange translations and interpretations that don't coincide with the context. Mama says maybe renown should be changed to infamy. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a much better translation. I think that's a vastly superior translation. Okay, but the renown here is just men of name. Okay, so when we talk about men of renown here, men of name, that's what it says literally. Men of name. Okay, so yeah, I think infamy would be much, much, much better translation of this. BC, why can't you just do a simple reading of the Bible? Um, they are namely men. Yeah, they are namely men. They're men of name, famous, infamous, infamous, infamous. Okay, I think infamy would be an excellent translation for this. It's a much better translation here than renown. Really, it is. Ryan, one does not simply read the Bible. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Dean says, fame was not born of good deed back then. That sucks. Well, yeah. The Camilla part. Can't wait for the Mama Standard version of the Bible. Alexis says, those who make a name for themselves, not always a good thing, depending on how they get it. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And these are people who, we see right in the next passage. Then God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Gee, I wonder how they got their fame. It tells you right in the next passage. You don't even have to wait. One sentence later, it tells you exactly how they got their fame. Just like, yeah. Yeah, they're famous in the same way a serial killer is. What? Dean, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Darkblade, so basically a world full of Jack the Rippers. Exactly. Yeah. That's who these Nephilim are. It's a world of Jack the Rippers. Yeah, BC, I love this. Hashtag jerks not giants. Exactly. Yeah. That's who we're talking about here. Okay? So, this is not the offspring of angels. It's the offspring of fallen priests. Yeah, it does. Oh, absolutely. My producer says. Yeah, I mean, my producer here makes a great point. Bad men produce bad sons. These are bad priests, and they're producing bad sons. So, camel leopard goes. There were jerks in the land at that time. Yeah. Yeah. Alexis, no 10-foot giants to be seen. No 10-foot giants. Yeah, and the whole giant passages thing is really needs to be reread anyway. Wow. Dean, wait, is that an example of the sins of thy father? Yes. Yes, it is. In fact, it's one of the original ones. Yeah, it is exactly that. This is the sins of the father being passed down to the children. And the children are worse than the fathers. Camel Leopard says Goliath is probably the most famous jerk. Well, he certainly is a famous jerk. Now, that whole David and Goliath thing also has its own context, needs to be understood in that context too. But yeah. Yeah. Dean says it sucks though because I feel bad for those children born of that union. They deserved better. They deserve better fathers. They deserve better mothers. They didn't get them. So they became bad men themselves. Infamous men. Men of infamy. All right, let's move on here. But anyway, that should cover this question here of, was it a sin for these angels to marry human? Because angels didn't marry, so. Okay, next here is from we want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt on the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. It puts food on our table, and we're always grateful for that. So thank you very much for your support of the channel. Yes, everyone who's grabbed a membership, thank Jack. He deserves it. Okay, Mama here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Speaking of walking with God, how is Genesis 5:21 to 24, but mostly 24, to be exegeted with your clan theory in mind? Enoch is such an unusual case, and it's a very good example of this too. Okay. So Genesis 5, 21 to 24. Now here in Genesis 5, let's set 21. Okay. The whole Genesis 5 Toledot, okay, is one list of clans right after the other. Okay. Now, it follows the same sort of clan structure as we find in Genesis 11. Okay. And we know that Genesis 11 has to be clan structures because nobody lived that long. Okay. And we have we have the bones from that period to show that the people didn't live to those ages. Okay, so when we get back to Genesis 5 here, we are looking here at clans specifically. But in the case of 21, we'll read the text and then we'll go into it. And Enoch lived 65 years and became the father of Methuselah. Then Enoch walked with God 300 years, and after he became father of Melusa, and he had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Enoch were 365 years, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years and became father of Lamech. Okay. Now, one of the things we have to understand when we're dealing with clan structures here is you have a progenitor, okay? And a progenitor is going to be the most famous guy in your clan for whatever reason, okay? A progenitor can happen at the beginning of a clan or at the end of a clan, okay? A clan can end with a progenitor just like it can begin with a progenitor, okay? So you have verse 21, where Enoch lived 65 years and became father of Methuselah. Now, Methuselah is going to be the start of the new clan. Okay? You get this split at 65 years. Okay? And the reason why you're going to get this split at 65 is because Methuselah becomes an important man in his clan. So Enoch's going to live 65 years. He's going to produce Methuselah, and Methuselah's going to start his own clan. Okay, and Methuselah becomes a very, very successful, long-lived clan. So Enoch walks with God 300 years after he became father of Methuselah. Now, not just one Enoch, but there's a clan structure happening here. So all the days of Enoch were 365 years, and Enoch walked with God, and for he was not, for God took him. Now, this is where we'd have to probably apply the principle of When is the progenitor, the clan named after the progenitor? Is it in the beginning or is that at the end? In this particular case, this would be a clan ending progenitor. Okay? Now, we do know that Enoch produced other sons and daughters, and there are other clans out there that are related to Enoch besides Methuselah's. One of the things we have to kind of understand about Genesis 5 and even Genesis 11 is that we are just being told the clans that are relevant to the descent of Abraham. But we're not being told of every clan that ever existed. So Enoch's clan is going to split. It's going to fragment. It's going to create other clades and other clans. So then here we have an event that doesn't happen every day. So Enoch walked with God, and then he was not, for God took him. That is an important event. That's an event that's so important that the whole clan will be attributed to him. Even though the Enoch that God took, they probably did not directly procreate Methuselah, but he's being given that that credit as a clan progenitor. Yeah, Jonathan Walker says we aren't told of every intermediate clan or adjacent clan. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. But it's such an important event that the whole clan is being given credit for the entire lifespan of that clan. But it's a clan ending event. So Ryan asks, so in Enoch's day, his clan wasn't named for him. Exactly, yeah. Who would it have been named after before? We don't know. His name's blotted out of the record. Okay? So it's likely here that the whole clan was named after that progenitor that comes at the end of the clan, but we don't know who was the original guy it was named after. Just like we don't know who the other sons and daughters were that formed other clans that sort of branched off of Enoch. So we just don't know. We just don't know. It could have been still named after Jared. That's a possibility. Darkblade says maybe Jared, the guy listed as Enoch's father. Yeah, it could have been Jared. That's a possibility. But then again, too, Enoch is just, again, he's being given credit for the lifespan of that 365-year clan. Now, that's not very long for a clan, to be honest. That's a really short-lived clan. So, when we're talking about clans that last 900 years, 365 isn't long. So, that's just one of those things where, we don't know who it was named after. Jared's a possibility, but that would be probably the most likely possibility there. But again, Enoch is being given credit for the previous 365 years of that clan, just because what happened to him was so important. Mama asks, does verse 24 mean that God literally just took Enoch up into heaven rather than Enoch dying a physical death? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this does imply, Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. He just disappears. He just disappears. Okay? He just disappears, and it's mysterious. He doesn't die a natural death. So he's just taken into heaven. And that's why it's mentioned here, because it's so strange. So strange, so uncharacteristic. Because here's the thing. In Genesis 5, you have Bob became a father at X years. and of Joe, and Joe, um you know, and afterwards, after giving birth to Joe, he lives such and such years, and then he dies. You get this pattern as you're reading Genesis 5, and he dies, and he dies, and he died, and he died, and he died, and he died, and he died. And then you get Enoch. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. He didn't die. And it's such a strange thing as you're reading the text, it's disturbing. It hits you hard that you've got this pattern of death over and over and over and over and over, and then not. And it's supposed to jar you. It's supposed to jar you. You're supposed to see this and say, oh, Enoch, something different happened to Enoch. He didn't die. He was just taken away. So the most expositors believe, and I concur with this, that Enoch was took into heaven. He didn't die. He's not dead. He's still not dead. Because one of the things about heaven is if you're taken up to heaven, you're preserved. You don't die. The clock stops. Your biological clock stops when you're in heaven. Same with Elijah. He's taken up, and his biological clock stops. So Enoch is not dead. Far from it. So that's what I would say here. I think that I hope that answers the question, but that's what I think is going on here, is that in the case of, say, Enoch, Enoch is a clan ending progenitor. His history is being credited back into the clan, and he didn't die. He's just taken up into heaven. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Does God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, Genesis 14:19-22, appear in Ugaritic texts? Abraham and Melchizedek seem to use it in a unique way. I'm not sure. I would have to go into the Ugaritic text and look this one up. Okay? I don't have the Ugaritic text memorized, unfortunately. So and there's a lot of them at the moment. So I would have to go and do some research on the Ugaritic text to see if, say, El, that would be the equivalent of God Most High, of God Most High. El Elyon. Now we do know that El Elyon doesn't. I know that El Elyon does not appear in the Ugaritic text, but El Elyon appears in some Aramaic texts. Okay, so the God Most High portion doesn't appear in the Ugaritic text, but there is El. Okay, and he's the king of the gods in the Ugaritic texts. But Abraham and Melchizedek predate the Ugaritic texts by several centuries. Abraham is in the 18th century. The Ugaritic texts are in the 13th. Okay, so you do have a separation there of about 500 years. Dang it, Dr. Falk, memorize everything for us. Oh, I wish I could. I wish I had a good memory. I know that's going to sound very, very strange, but I don't actually have a very good memory. So for me, memorizing stuff is very, very difficult. That's why I read so much, is because I always have to keep pumping that stuff into my brain. Yeah, unless you're gifted with a photographic memory, everyone's got to do that. But Jonathan Walker, I thought the Ugaritic texts were the main source of the Canaanite gods. No, actually, um, the Ugaritic texts are kind of late to the game. They're kind of late to the game. They're, as I said, the 13th century. You do have Canaanite gods long preceding that. So it's sort of a late version of the Canaanite myth. It's still a Canaanite myth, okay, but it's it's one of those things where it just they're later texts. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. That's the best I can do right now because I don't have those texts tattooed on my eyelids, but I appreciate it. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If there's nothing wrong in hell in that God's energy would punish those who do wrong, why did God not do that when he created the world? Ooh. Summary judgment would require basically destroying every living being. Okay? Um yeah. That's why okay, now in the case of hell, um God can use his energy at that point because judgment's already happened. Okay? Judgment has already happened. There is already that every quarter of grace and mercy has been applied at that point. Um, if God did that at the beginning of the world, there would have been no grace or mercy applied. Okay? So, in a sense, God delaying it allows God to maximize grace and mercy. Okay? So that's why he didn't do it when he created the world and man fell. Because he would have had to do summary judgment, which means sending all of humanity to eternal torment. Okay? With no chance for grace and mercy. So that's why he didn't do it. Okay, at that point in the game, it was better for it's more within God's character to delay judgment to extend mercy than to go out and do the summary judgment immediately. Now, he would have been in his rights to do it. Let's be clear about that. If God said, yeah, no grace, no mercy, I'm just going to judge and do it right now at creation, consign all of mankind to eternal torment, God would have been entirely in his rights to do it. It still would not have been wrong for him to do that. There would have been no moral culpability for God to do that. Just like it wouldn't be any moral culpability to sentence a judge to sentence a criminal. Okay? But he's not that kind of God. He's the kind of God that shows grace and mercy wherever he can. Okay? For which, as my producer just said, for which we are profoundly grateful. Okay? Yeah, Mama says, thank God he didn't. Exactly. Yeah. But he would have been in his rights to do it. He would have still been a God that's all good, all holy, all just. It wouldn't have compromised God in any single way to do summary judgment upon mankind immediately at the creation. And that's the sort of amazing God we worship. It's a God that doesn't do summary judgment immediately. He's a God that extends mercy wherever possible. Mama says, praise God for his love endures forever. His mercies are new every morning, and we need it every single day. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. He's the kind of good. But as I said, if he had decided to do the summary judgment thing, he would have still been an all good God. It wouldn't change his goodness one bit. Because justice is an expression of goodness. So yeah, it's Well, Jonathan Walker says, I know, right, but I felt like it would be something that an atheist would question or critique. Oh yeah, they do all the time, but they don't consider the mercy or the grace of God either. So, for many atheists, any judgment at all is considered a bad thing. But atheists would create question many things that wouldn't actually be reasonable within the scope of ancient Near Eastern thought. So, okay. So, Jonathan Walker, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. It's a good question though. Why didn't he do it at creation? Because he's a good God. He's a merciful and patient God and a loving God. Jonathan Walker, yet they support prisons and moral standards. Yeah. Okay. Mama for $2. Does Revelation 1:18 mean Jesus is the warden of hell? Let's look at Revelation. And thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate it. Revelation. We got Mama asking a lot of questions tonight. Fantastic. Okay, 1:18. Okay. We need to really start at verse 17 here, but we'll get to 18. And it says, when I saw him, this is Christ, that's John, fell at the feet as a dead man. And he laid his right hand upon me, saying, do not be afraid. I am the first, I am the last, and the living one. I was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and of Hades. Okay. The idea of having the keys of death and Hades. Now, Hades, that's Sheol. That's the realm of the dead. Okay? And what he's saying here is not that he's warden of hell, but that he controls who got to escape. Now, we have to remember that at the crucifixion, Christ descends to Hades, and what he does is he declares the good news to those in Abraham's bosom and the bad news to those in hell. Okay? That's what it means by he has the keys of death and Hades. Because the ones who are in the good side, Abraham's bosom, they got to leave. They got to ascend to heaven with him. Okay? And they got eternal life as a result. So he defeats death. He has control over death. And he has control over who stays in Hades and who got to leave. Okay? So he's not telling you he's a warden here. He's telling you here he's a liberator. Okay? He's a liberator. Okay? Mama says, okay, I always mix up the realm of the dead. Hades is supposed to be. Yeah. Yeah, it's a realm of the dead. It's a realm of the dead. And it used to contain all the dead, both the righteous dead and the unrighteous dead. And basically what Christ is saying here by I have the keys of death and Hades is that death has no more control. He has wrested control of death and Hades. He now has he has overcome death. He has overcome the realm of the dead, and he is calling the shots. Mama said if he meant hell, would he have said Gehenna? No. Okay. He wouldn't have said Gehenna because Gehenna replies to the lake of fire. Okay. Now hell is not it's a very vague term. Okay. It's not a term you see in the Bible to any great extent. I don't even know if it shows up once It's a Latin term. It's a Latin term that we apply to torment. Hell is a word that means suffering. It means suffering. Okay? So it is usually applied to the bad side of Hades. Or it can also apply to the lake of fire. Hell is not specific here. Okay? So he's not talking here about Gehenna. Okay? He's really talking about the realm of the dead. Which is why Hades is actually a better description for this, but we colloquially call the good side Abraham's bosom and the bad side hell, because we don't have another name for it. You know, we might call it the rich man compartment. Okay. Producer asked a question: does is there somebody who does a good book on the geography of hell? I don't know, but we might want to look at one of the 5 views books. I think there's a 5 books views book on hell that I might think is. Yeah, that might be the closest thing, but I don't think there's anyone who did a book. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so Harry Stark, Jesus is the master of death. He has conquered death. Exactly. That's exactly what's going on here. And that's what he's telling you here is he's got the keys. He's got the control. And he's the liberator. Mama says, having the keys means he's the liberator. I love that imagery. It's exactly what it means. Yeah. He's telling John here that he was dead and he will be alive forevermore. Verse 18. Death has no control over him. He has the keys of death and Hades. He has the control. He's the great liberator. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the allegorical Jesus doesn't work here. It has to be a real resurrection. If you don't have a real resurrection, you don't have a liberation from death. Yeah. So, Mama says, he's not there to keep people in, he's there to let people out. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Now, the true tragedy of it is there's some people who don't want to come out. That's the tragedy. And there's nothing Christ can do about that. Solidus is... So Hades is like purgatory? No. No, it's not really. Purgatory is where you burn off your sins. You work them off. Yeah, purgatory is where you work off your sins. There's no working off your sins in hell. Okay, it's... Or work them off for you, yeah. But purgatory is that sort of deal. Yeah, it's basically getting into heaven through works. Essentially, that's what purgatory is. I will take this. So, Mama, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. I'll take this question from Tia, even though she didn't put Ida, even though she didn't put a Q and a colon in front of it, because I said I would answer some of her questions. She says, did the gods get new characteristics or behaviors after a pharaoh? Generally not. No, those characteristics were established before. Didn't Seth become more evil with Tia, for example? No. No. Seth was not considered a god of evil until the late period. That actually happens really, really late. Okay? Seth is a god of power. He's a god of unbridled power. He's a storm god. He's a god of power. And the kings of the 19th dynasty named themselves after Seth. Seti the First. He's named after Seth. Seti the Second. Ramses the Second, puts up a memorial plinth to the god Seth at the Temple of Horus. Okay, so so Seth is not considered to be an evil god until the late period. That is quite a long time after Tia. Okay, so yeah, it's and she asks then, could that have been a coincidence? It's not historically congruent, so it's not a coincidence. It's not even in the same sort of yeah, he's not considered an evil god the late period. It's really that it's only when you start getting the contentions of Set and Horus that he starts taking on that role as an evil god. And the contentions of Seth and Horus is a really late document. It's a really late document. She also asks, weren't new gods constantly being created? They were being added. Okay, they weren't so much being created as added. Darkblade, that's post 663, right? Yeah, that's post 663. She adds, yes, he was more evil with time, I meant. No, he wasn't considered evil. He was more considered to be a force of nature. Okay. Now, there is some reference to him predating on the dead. Okay. So you wanted to avoid Seth predating on you, but he wasn't exactly an evil god. He was a god, as I said, of unbridled power. He was a god, maybe a god of chaos sometimes. Like, every god in ancient Egypt had a good and a bad aspect. Every god. Seth wasn't alone in this. Okay? Every god in Egypt had both a good coming and a bad coming, and the texts talk about this. So, if you want to consider Seth an evil god, you have to consider all the other gods evil gods too. Because they had that both sides. Okay? For example, Happy, god of the Nile. Yes, he was a fertility god that replenished the soil with his flood. He's also the god that killed cattle, uprooted trees, and destroyed your house. Sekhmet is another one. Sekhmet was considered to be a goddess of healing. But she's also the goddess that gave you the disease in the first place. Yeah, she heals you by leaving you alone.
You give her offerings to bribe her to go away.
Yeah, you essentially give her offerings to bribe her to go away. It's like, yeah, so Seth was no more evil than other gods of Egypt, because all the gods of Egypt were ambivalent. They had a good coming and a bad coming. All of them. In fact, there was a really good paper, and I wish I knew who wrote it. Just take me a moment to look this one up here. That was talked about this in the case of Happy. Let me just do a quick look here. Maybe I can find this quickly. I made reference of it in my dissertation, but I haven't looked at it in years. Oh, maybe I should look up under dualism. Bad coming. Probably be better. Okay. Bad coming. Okay, yeah, the article was done by Roland de Buck. On the meaning of the name Hapi, it was published in Orientalia Neolandica, volume of Oriental Studies, in 1948. Okay. So, yeah, there was a lot of yeah, Darkblade. Sekhmet is the medical equivalent of the mafia. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, he was not she was definitely a piece of work. Well, she drank human blood too. She was nasty. She was nasty. Ida says, I don't know if it's Ida or Ida. Please forgive me if I mispronounced that. And she goes, mean, did gods get new characteristics or behaviors after a pharaoh? Seth changed some. Could that have been a coincidence? Um, no. I mean, there's nothing that we can see that they got new characteristics after a pharaoh. Um, we do see some slight changes in gods, say after certain religious movements. Like, for example, we do see that for example, Ammon starts taking manifestations. Yeah, please. There's not much left, but that Ammon starts taking on, say, manifestations after um we see manifestations during the Amarna period, like the Aten appears in many manifestations, and Ammonism seems to pick that up after that. So we do see borrowing of characteristics from other religious movements. That happens. That happens a lot. That happens really frequently. Like, for example, the Osiris cult starts take during the Middle Kingdom, takes on the a corn mummy um rituals of, say, what's it called now, the Sokar cult. So that happens frequently, where um where a one religious system will borrow a ritual or a practice or a characteristic from another cult. But you don't see this happening from kings. That's just not something that happened. Okay? So I hope that helped, but no, we don't see this borrowing from kings. Kings were too ephemeral, too human. A microphone is fuzzy? No, I'm eating. Okay. Juan asks a non super chat question. How much to pay you for an academic book review? I am really slow with book reviews. I'm still doing this one here, and yeah, he's kind of ticked at me because I haven't gotten to it yet. I'm supposed to review this on my channel, okay, and I said I would do it. So far, it's a pretty good book. I think it's got some issues, but I think overall it's pretty good. But I'm going to be doing a full review on this when I finish reading it. I'm about 40% through. But I'm very, very slow about doing it. Um, but I don't know how much I would charge for a book review. Yeah, contact me privately through Discord, and we'll come up with a price if there's something you want me to review. PC, oh yay, the Stones book, hurry up. Yeah, I know. I've just been really bogged down by projects. Mama goes, I bet it's because you're thorough. Well, I do when I do read something like this, I try to be very careful about reading it thoroughly. So, oh, ouch, Jack Ray. Ooh. Book review prices aren't set in stone. Da da da. Owie, ow. Okay. Let's move on to the next super chat here. We got Answering LDS here, who asks a member question. Out of LDS fundamentalist and liberal scholarly circles, which of them is the worst? I don't know. That's hard to answer. In what way? What way do you mean worst? Um, each has particular issues. You know, you know, sorry, LDS is not Christian, so they're going to give you an exegesis that's outside of the historic Christian faith. Fundamentalism is going to give you a very hyper-literal, parochial, traditional view. And liberal scholarship is also not Christian. So, I don't know how to answer this properly. Mama asks, how is the video game development coming? Okay, it's coming quite well. We have finished 5 out of the 7 endings. We still got some more work to do on some video game assets. Solidus 1319. Wait, there's a video game being developed? Yes. It's not what you expect, okay? Frog Paste will enjoy this probably. Okay? But it's a video game that's Christian, not a Christian video game. Is that fair? Okay. Mama goes, based. Based.
Mama's family.
Oh, Mama's family will love it. Yeah, she'll love it. Okay. Darkblade asks, is Joseph Smith's Egyptian grammar on par or below par with the understanding level of his time? It's below par. Far below par. By the time that book came out, Champollion had already cracked, deciphered Egyptian. Okay? So, it had already been deciphered. They were still working out the kinks, but that grammar book is well below par of the understanding in academic circles at the time. They'd already known how Egyptian was to be translated for 10 years already. But that knowledge had not yet disseminated to Joseph Smith's level. Okay? Okay. So, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for that question. Next super chat here, and I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I am. I don't know. More super chat. Okay, we got a super sticker from Ida for Norwegian kroner, for 59 Norwegian kroner. Thank you very much for the super sticker. We appreciate your support of the channel, and we hope we're able to answer some of your questions. In the future, do put a Q and a colon in front of your question so we actually know it's a question directed to us. Okay, we do need that. Okay, so hope that helps, and thank you very much for your support of the channel. Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. She goes, flattery embarrasses, but honest praise satisfied. I, Bomb Papa, and our kids have gained much understanding from your awesome content and answers. Well, thank you. We really appreciate it. Hey, you know, our viewership are awesome. They're awesome. They are well read. They are intelligent. We know this from surveys. Okay, by the way. Okay, so we're not just throwing flattery here. The good looking, we're presuming, okay? We're presuming our viewership are good looking, okay? I mean, okay, if you want, we could take our own survey for that, but
But generally,
yeah. We so but I'm glad you've gained much out of the channel. We appreciate that. That's why we do this. We do this so you're not just learn something, but you're entertained while you learn it. Okay? So okay, let's move on here. Dean Selzar asks the member question. Thank you for the question. Why do you oppose Christian nationalism conceptually, Middle Ages are only comparable system I find. Don't know how it differs practically. And Christian nationalism is a blight. Uh, there are two. It is the worst of legalism and racism in one package.
It's
It's
a specific.
yeah. It's a specific ideological movement that is horrid. It is bankrupt. Okay. When I heard about Christian nationalism, I didn't know much about it, honestly. And then I looked it up. What I found was they would put in laws to determine where the altar is in your church. Okay?
Don't have the
If you don't have they would have Sunday laws. So you would be required to go to church. And if you didn't go to church, you were breaking the law. Wait, where's this liberty in Christ? It solely flies in the face of liberty in Christ. It's horrifying. I mean, the imposition it would have on the church is horrifying. Let alone the marriage laws. I mean, the marriage laws. You couldn't with the marriage laws of that Christian nationalists want to put is basically saying if you're of a different ethnicity or race, you cannot marry another person, somebody outside of that ethnicity or race. It's racist, ignorant, bigoted, and flies in the face of biblical Christianity.
also
It just it's horrible. Solidus 1319, it says, what denominations would you consider to be Christian nationalists? I don't think there's any denomination that's at this point. There's no denominations right now that are Christian nationalists. This whole movement is being done by lone wolves, by it's being done by lone wolves who have a platform and are just speaking it. Okay? They're racist dirtbags. They're racist dirtbags. Mama, everyone's remember to Falk smash the like button for this rant. Jeez. I have nothing but the lowest opinion of Christian nationalism. And the sooner it's gone, the better. Sooner it's gone, the better. So when I read it, what was crazy was when I heard about this and I went to a paper about Christian nationalism at last year's ETS, at the 2024 ETS. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then they had a Christian national speak at ETS, and it's like, oh yeah, we're racist. He's okay with it, like he's talking about the weather. Like, are you kidding me? Doesn't he? I mean, he just thinks it's normal to be racist, and it's ideal to be racist. Like, what are you what are you smoking, dude? Darkblade asks, will Christian nationalists be among the people who hear "Depart from me, I never knew you"? Yes, or they might get the "Deport from me" because I never knew you. Mama, what the heck? Yeah, what the heck?
Charlie Kirk is not a Charlie Kirk.
Where is it saying this? 1039 Michael Price. Um, Michael Price says Charlie Kirk was being accused of being a Christian nationalist, and he relied that he was a Christian and a nationalist, but didn't connect the two. Um, Kirk Kirk is a idealist. Um, he claims to be a patriot and a Christian. I would not use the term nationalist here. I think that's probably a really ill-considered term. Um, no, it is an ill-considered term because of the history of nationalism. Okay. Um,
Kirk just meant by
yeah, I know.
he's very
Yeah, he's very political. He's very patriotic. Um,
but he's making he
yeah,
doesn't
yeah, he doesn't connect the two.
he's
But here's the
not
yeah, he's not a Christian nationalist. Um, that said, I do have some issues with Kirk, but we won't get into those. Micah Price laughy face deport for me. Yeah.
Kirk like
um yeah, nationalism means liking one's own country to the rest of the world's expense. That is actually a pretty good definition already. Um um you're basically putting the thing with nationalism is you're making that the highest ideal. And I would never put a country on the highest ideal. I would put my faith in God on the highest ideal. So I would say that nationalism is one of those people who basically are um, making the state central in your life. Okay, so that's what nationalism generally means is it's an attempt to make the state central to your culture and existence and your ideals. Okay, all right, let's go on to the next one here. Let's back to the super chats because Christian nationalists really make me sick. I'll take this non-super chat from Seneca Nero. Do the Philistine inhabited lands correspond roughly to what today is the Gaza Strip? No. Philistine lands were actually much more expansive. Philistine lands went all the way up the coastal plain and um, on the up into the Shephelah Valley into the west side. Okay, so Philistine inhabited lands were much more expansive uh, in the Iron Age than they are today, than say the Gaza Strip is today. So it's not the same. It's not the same territory overall. Okay, 920. Okay, Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much. Uh, for the super chat, we really appreciate it, and thank you for your support through your gifts of membership. We really appreciate that. He asks, "What extra biblical information do we have on Abraham's father Terah?" We have the Mari texts. That's what we have, and all the extra biblical sources that we have come from 5 letters that he sent to the king of Mari, Zimri Lin. Okay, and those letters describe what happened at Urkesh. They describe um, his having to leave Urkesh, that his son died at Urkesh, and they describe that he became a sojourner, basically a hapiru, a bum. as a result, and that he had to relocate to Haran. Okay, so all those letters are very, very congruent with the life of Abraham. Okay, but it's just a coincidence, right? Right? It's just a crazy coincidence that all of it matches. Yeah, that. Name matches, place matches, the time matches. It's all in the 18th century. The place matches, the death of the son matches, the political turmoil matches, everything matches. Are there any counterfactuals or no detail mismatches? The only one that we have that's a detail mismatch is the inconsistency between what's called Ur-Kasdim and Ur-Kish. Okay. The biblical text describes the place of Abraham's origin, Terah's origin, as Ur-Kasdim, Ur of the Chaldees. Now, it's been well known that Kasdim is either an anachronism or a misspelling. Okay. And that's because Kasdim wasn't a word that was coined until the 8th or 10th century BC. So long after Abraham. Okay? So, but if the space between the words is in the wrong place, and it's not supposed to be space Kashdim, but Kesh space something else like Aram or a scribal emendation, then that counterfactual is resolved. Okay, that mismatch is resolved. Brick Creation, did they mention Terah by name? Yes. Yes, they did. It's Teru in the Mari letters, but Teru is just Terah with a terminal consonant. Okay, because remember, Hebrew abhors words that end in a vowel. Okay, bare words. Okay, and that's because Hebrew uses vowels at the end as pronouns. Okay, so words without pronouns have to have a terminal consonant. So that's what we would expect, is that Teru would have a terminal consonant at the end of it. A.J. Higgins, composer, Death of the Son. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, the Mari letters describe that Teru's son died at Urkesh. Okay. And we also know from the biblical text that one of the sons died. Okay. So yeah, yeah, all those details match very, very nicely. It's probably the best documented biblical figure we have prior to the Iron Age. Yeah, very, very, at least as far as, say, one of the relatives of the Israelites. So yeah, Haran, I think it was Haran who died prior to their leaving Urkesh. So yeah. Yeah, lots of extra biblical information on that. Again, Jacques Chasson has published those letters in his anthology of the Mari texts. It's a very good volume. It's an excellent volume should you pick it up. Darkblade says, this would make Terah part of early biblical history instead of biblical prehistory. Exactly. Yeah, it would. Yep. A.J. Higgins, composer, for $2. Do you think the JOH tablet is fake? I think it is, but I'm not sure. Okay, I'd have to look at that closely. Um, Joash is referenced elsewhere though too, so we do have other evidence for him as well. So, but the tablet, the famous Joash tablet, I think is probably not legitimate. Okay. Good question. Candleton based. What's the difference between early biblical history and biblical prehistory? It's the difference between history and prehistory. Okay? History is history that's recorded in usually external sources. Okay? So if you get a letters from Terra, you're not really talking prehistory anymore. Okay? You're really talking history at that point because you now have a source that defines it as history. So it's essentially, what do we have written sources for? And in this case, if we have written sources for Terra, that is no longer prehistory. It's history. So it's a great question. Yeah, it's that definition between history and prehistory. Yeah, Dark Blade sums it up right here. Prehistory is stuff that happened before the practice of historical recording. That's exactly what it is. Okay, let's go on the next one here. Juan asks a member question. The Bodies of God and the World of Ancient Israel by Dr. Somner claims God has having multiple fluids, sometimes simultaneous bodies. Thoughts on it? I I recall a little bit about this work, but I haven't read it. I'd have to go and read it before really commenting on it. But I would be careful about that particular conclusion. Some of that can get really weird, really fast. So, um, yeah, I'd be very careful about that conclusion. But again, I'd have to read the work before I comment on it further. Mama asks, so oral history would be considered prehistory? Yeah, a lot of times it is. Now, oral history can overlap with history too. And that happens. Where sometimes a history is being carried on through oral tradition, even when you're already in that historical era of recording. Okay. But a lot of oral history is also prehistory. So it's not a mutually exclusive category, but it is one of those things where it is one of so it's just one of those categories where it's not mutually exclusive. You can have oral history covering both prehistory and history. All right, next super chat here. Is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you know if Jewish priests would take a vow of silence, i.e., Zacharias in the Gospel of Luke? There's nothing um in Torah law that mentions anything about vow of silence. Okay? This seems to be something that's fairly unique to Zacharias. Okay? So um yeah, I there's nothing in the Pentateuch or even in subsequent texts that talk about this. Mm-hmm. So it just seems to be something that's unique to Zacharias. So we don't even know why, other than he just didn't speak or couldn't speak. We just don't know what's going on there. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, next one here. Is from Micah Price for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Genesis 9, 19 to 27, is Canaan the product of the act of Ham and Noah's wife? Is this the reasonable reason that Noah curses Canaan? Is this clan usurpation attempt? Okay, let's read the text, and then we'll talk about the text. And Genesis 9, 19, 27. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these whole earth was populated. Then Noah began farming and planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and became drunk, and uncovered himself inside his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father. Okay, now this is not... I think you're on the right track here, okay? So, and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid it upon their shoulders and walked backward and covered the nakedness of their father. For those of you who don't know, the nakedness of your father is a euphemism for having sex with your father's wife. That's what it is. And their faces were turned away so that they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke from his wine, he knew what his youngest son had done to him. So he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants, he shall be for his brothers." So he also said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, let Canaan be his servant. May the God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant." Okay. So, yes, Canaan is the product of the sex act between Ham and Noah's wife. Okay? Is this an attempt? Is this the reason why Noah curses Canaan? Yes, it is. Okay? Is this clan usurpation attempt? I don't know if it's a clan usurpation attempt, but that's as good as explanation as any. Okay? Yeah. Gandalf said, "Until you taught that, I literally always thought they were literally walking in to cover up their father with a blanket." Yeah, I know. A lot of people think that. But all you have to do is take a cursory read of say, Deuteronomy and Numbers, and you see exactly how that text, that phrase is being used. And and it's really clear that it's a euphemism for incestuous sex. Okay? So, yeah, it's...
Glad you pointed out. The wife is...
Yeah.
the son's...
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know exactly if there's a blood relationship between Noah's wife and Ham. But the fact she's married to Noah makes her off limits. So, is this a clan usurpation attempt? It's possible. It's possible. Is this a crime of opportunity? It's also possible. Okay? Either way, he does the nasty with Noah's wife. Okay? And that's why Canaan is cursed. Dr. Blade says, unlawful relations are described in Leviticus as uncovering the nakedness almost every time. Yeah. Yeah. Dustin Meeks, wait, they did what? Yeah. Ham and Noah's wife did the nasty. Oh yeah, she was probably drunk too. Yeah, she was probably drunk, and it's likely that it wasn't consensual either. Okay? But that didn't stop Ham from predating on Noah's wife. Gandalf the Base. I'm teaching this in VBS soon. I'm so fired. I'm not sure you should be teaching that in Vacation Bible School, okay? Um, it's well, maybe you should. I don't know. I think you might. I think you might have some parents really concerned about what you're teaching. Um, Micah Price. No wonder there was bad blood between Israel and Canaan. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's the reason.
yeah, it just wasn't walking in on somebody to wear pajamas.
Gandalf says, not the exact packet passage. Oh, you wouldn't cover up the Bible for the sake of preserving your status in the church, would you? Xiao Yi asks, what about Shem and Japheth walking backwards? Would just looking be considered a sex act? It's still considered an act of lewdness. You're looking on a naked woman. Yeah, you're still looking in on a naked woman, and a naked woman that happens to be your father's wife. Not cool. That's why they walked in back. Look, if it was just Noah naked, they would just walk in face first and drop it on him. Okay? Because men did this, do this. You ever been to a man's changing room? If you're a man, okay, yeah, you get the old guys out there, and they're just strutting their stuff. No towel on at all. Okay, that's how men behave. But the fact they walk in backwards indicates that they're covering a woman. So Bonbon asks a question. Hey, Bonbon, how you doing? Good to see you here tonight. Would it be sinful for someone to rewrite the Bible into modern language and remove these euphemisms? No, it wouldn't be sinful at all. In fact, it probably would be good if someone removed the euphemisms, the traditional renderings, updated the contextual readings. Oh, absolutely, this would be a good thing.
But
It would also get you fried alive.
you would then, it'd be a good
You would become the sacred cow that people roast.
one to do that. Original
Yeah.
language.
Yeah. Yes, it would be good for somebody to do a translation that renders this better. Okay.
Because you have all these really bad translations.
Yeah.
That,
Well, I mean, like just take the Genesis 1:6 passage that we talked about earlier. You know, where it talks about men of renown. Men of infamy is a much better translation. Much better translation. Okay.
men of
Yeah. Yeah, men of the cult of God, men of the daughters of the cult of Adam. That'd be much better. But
the priests of the cult, the priestesses of the
Bonbon says the King James Bible guys would be fuming. Oh, a lot of people would be fuming. This is why translators don't do it, though. Because the letters they would get, are just, would be, they can't tolerate the letters. Because you start translating these texts in the way they should be rendered. Yeah, Red Sea versus Reed Sea. How many people still go on about that? I get people every week who tell me that, oh, you're one of those nasty liberals because you translate Yam Suf into Reed Sea, not Red Sea, like the good King James Bible. Yeah, so, you get this all the time. I mean, how many people would be fuming if I start translating mercy seat to lid? You would get people claiming that I wasn't treating the Bible with as much with respect.
they would tell you anything.
Yeah, they would tell me I need to go to college and learn something.
We get that.
Yeah, we get that all the time. So it's just like, it's just, yeah, people would go absolutely spare if you did it. Here's the thing. I think it's going to take. I think eventually we will get to that point where maybe if we teach this stuff enough, that that someday, the climate will be right. Maybe when the church is diminished to just a remnant and no one's left to get mad anymore. That people can then start to translate that without the into the modern language, removing the euphemisms, the traditional renderings, and all that. But yeah, so but you have to put up with a lot of garbage if you are a Bible translator and you make even the slightest change. Gandalf the Base says, the congregation I serve in thinks I'm a liberal because I'm an old earth creationist. Oh boy. My pastor is young earth. We both laugh because we are both conservative and lunch and talk about like brothers should. And that's the way it should be. Okay. But the fact that they consider you liberal, I think, is kind of whacked. Because liberals, real liberals, real biblical liberals, don't believe in things like the resurrection. They don't believe in the Trinity or the virgin birth or a historical Jesus. That's what liberals really, they think that the Bible is just a good suggestion. It's a good book of ethics, yeah. That you consult after you consult the culture. Darkbait's solution: have a translation published anonymously. Nobody knows who produced it. Well, the problem is that anonymous stuff doesn't stay anonymous. They say what's in Vegas stays in Vegas. Well, anonymous books don't stay anonymous. That's sort of the problem with anonymity. It just doesn't remain anonymous. Yeah. So anyway, Michael Price, I hope that answered your question. Thank you for the question and the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Brick Creation for $2. Hello. Who do you think the historical I think you mean Amalekites were? Okay. Amalek is the root of Amalekite. Here's what I think. Okay, now I've done some research into this. I need to turn this into a peer-reviewed article. Okay, so take all these findings as tentative. Okay, so I think the Amalekites were a tribe of sea peoples called the Luca. Okay, we do know that the Luca got around. Okay, now one of the couple things about the Amalekites were they were found not only in the Judean foothills, particularly in the southern Judean foothills in the Negev. They also were found at Rephidim in Sinai. Okay, now there's very, very few tribes that had that sort of coverage. Okay. The only one that comes to my mind is one called the Luca. Okay. The Luca are essentially an Indo-European tribe. They come from Lycia, okay, which is in Turkey. They traveled down the coastal plain. They not only established themselves in the Sinai, and we know they established themselves in the Sinai from Egyptian documents, they also established themselves on the other side of Egypt too, in Libya. Okay, so they really got around. This is as far as sea people's tribes go. They really got around. Okay, so yeah, they've really spread out. They really spread out. Okay? And their overlap of the territory with the Amalekites has sort of led me to the conclusion that the Amalekites are the Luca. So, Darkblade, Indo-European. So Amalekites had a tongue related to modern English. Well, modern English is Germanic. Okay, it is Indo-European, but it takes off a different branch. So it's more related to, say, Hittite. Okay, think of it closer to Hittite. Hittite is an Indo-European language, so they would be speaking something that's related to probably to Hittite. So, that's who I think the historical Amalekites were. Again, I have to take all these findings and I have to put them in a paper and publish it. I know there's lots of scholars out there that would disagree with this, or at least find that that this needs more evidence to support. I've done this research, but I have to get it written. I've got a lot of academic writing to do in the fall, so it's just one of those things where I have to do this agonizing, academic writing in the fall. This is what we do, how we divide our year. We do our first half of the year fiction and those sort of pros, what we would call cultural engagement projects. So we do our cultural engagement projects in the first half of the year. Then we do our academic projects at the second half of the year. Oh, we should also announce, too, that my paper on chronology has been published. Finally. It finally came through.
Available?
Like, it's available to read now, yes. It just happened like 2 days ago. We will be posting it on our Patreon. Okay, so we're gonna be releasing this as a Patreon bonus. So, oh yeah, that was an agonizing paper to publish. Oh yeah, that was 3 years of back and forth and just that was a mess, an absolute mess. Some of the worst editors I've ever had to deal with. But is it going to be available on Sci-Hub? No, I don't. It is going to be open sourced, but I don't know where exactly. I'll have to look that up. Okay, but I will be publishing a copy on Patreon, and then later on we'll let you know. I don't know what the embargo is going to be like on that, so still have to get those details. But yeah, it was a pain in the butt to do. Okay. Mama, just about to leave, then this news, yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Producer's finding out about it just now, too, because there's been so much going on last week. I mean, it was an incredibly busy week for us. I can't even remember. What did we do? Oh, I had Mother's Day. We were with my mother on Monday, or Sunday, sorry. On Tuesday, it was the vet. Wednesday, we had something else, but yeah, it was a really... Oh, the live stream. Yeah, that was the other live stream. Jeez. It's a blur for me now. I mean, this week has been just so busy. Brick Creation, Luca. Yeah, it does. There is a phonetic connection there. So, yeah, it's one of those things that I think there is a tie to that as well. There's an etymological link as well. So, Brick Creation, awesome news. Yeah. I mean, I've never had a peer review article that was so difficult to publish. Okay. It's just, yeah, the people didn't understand their own standard. The peer reviewers didn't understand their own criteria. It was a mess. It was a mess. Gandalf asks, do you plan on sharing this research at the next Evangelical Theological Society conference? No, because it's a paper on chronology. It's not a paper on theology. It's a paper on chronology and methods of chronology. Okay? So, Bonbon says, I have heard nightmares about peer review process. Yeah, and this one was one of those nightmares. It really was a nightmare. I've heard peer reviewers simply refusing to publish stuff just because they didn't like it. Well, here's the thing. Here was the crazy thing about that paper. It had been rejected. It was rejected. It was just rejected outright. It's like, okay, that's fine. I'm okay with it being rejected. I was invited to write it. Okay, so they invited me to write it. So I was an invited paper. Okay, invited to write paper, write it, and I wrote it, and they rejected it outright. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm fine with that. I don't care that much. You know, rejections happen. And then I get this email from the editor saying, "Well, where's your paper? Uh, you rejected it." And it's like, and he says to me, "Well, we didn't want to be compelled to publish it, so we rejected it, but we still want the paper." What? You do know what the word reject means, right? So I did edit it and I rewrote it and I sent it in, and it turned out to be a very different paper, and probably the paper I needed to publish anyway. But it was just crazy. It was just. I mean, all I can think of is that a lot of people who had um basically submitted to this basically said nuts to this. That's what I think happened. Is that they were short of papers, because this was a special edition. This was one of those special volumes, okay, where they needed to talk. The volume was about um, computer computer methods of chronology. Okay, so it was a special volume on computational methods on chronology. So, Bonbon, is it a famous academic journal? Yes, it is. It's Archaeometry. Okay, the journal name is Archaeometry. So, so yeah, I think some of the papers that were submitted were the guys just said nuts to this. Yeah, forget it. Gandalf said the basis. So you're telling me there's a new dating app that I'm not in on? I'm trying to find the future Mrs. Based here. Wrong kind of dating.
He wants to marry your boss.
Bonbon. Ooh, prestigious. Yeah, well, whatever. Whatever. I'm so past that peer review prestige thing. It's just like so past it. Okay. Well, here's
You expect
yeah.
and one or two reviews.
Well, here's the thing. You know, it started off a 30-page paper. Okay. You know, and that was the maximum limit. Um, by the time they were finished, it turned into a 50-page paper. Okay. For all the work I put into that paper, I could have written a book. And I would have got money for the book. You know? So, um, ugh, yikes. I mean, it was just such a pain. I hate doing peer review. Like, I've had some really good experiences with peer review. I had one peer review paper that just went so smooth and it was so well received, and it's still cited today, and I mean, it was a great experience. Okay? No, I'm not. I'm actually talking about my Gothinger Magellan paper on the green gold. Yeah. That one, or sorry, the products of punt. That one went so smooth. That was crazy how smooth that paper went. But but a lot of papers, I've had some rough experiences with some peer reviewers. I had one where the peer reviewer was had the complete opposite take of mine and did everything to tank the paper. You know, you get that. You get guys who are biased, and when they get biased like that, they get really insulting too. I mean, I had one guy who basically accused me of not understanding the English language. So it was pretty bad, that one. Um Gandalf the base. But Dr. Falk, what about the raised letterhead, the card struck, the recognition via a cheaply catered award ceremony? What award ceremony?
For better.
Yeah, I've never heard of an award ceremony for a peer-reviewed paper. Okay, just I don't know. Mama, okay, my eyes are going blurry, heading to bed for real. We'll have a great night. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we're glad you could be here. And thank you for all the super chats, too. We really appreciate it. Bonbon goes, why do researchers expose peer reviewers who... Why don't researchers expose peer reviewers who are insulting like that? Oh, we do sometimes, especially when they're named.
Supposed to be,
They're supposed to be anonymous.
but
They're not. Mm-hmm.
man.
Well, some reveal their name too because they want you to know who they are. Like the one that got really insulting was David Warburton. He got really nasty, and he wanted me to know who he was because he thought he was important, and I don't care that much. So, okay, so let's move on here. Okay, we got past the Amalekites here. AJ Higgins, composer for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did the Hittites using the king of Ahiyawa suggest a lack of understanding of Greek political culture? If so, are there examples of this lack of understanding in other cultures concerning polity? Yeah, there is. Okay. Diplomacy in the ancient world was a tricky business. And so there is a lot of you know, you do get these occasional misunderstandings and crossed wires that do happen between various cultures. And it wasn't just between the Hittites and the Greeks. It was between the Hittites and the Egyptians and the Assyrians, even the Mitanni and the Egyptians. So these misunderstandings of political culture happen all over the place. So yeah, there's several of these and many examples of these across, say, the diplomatic channels of the ancient Near East. So it wasn't just the king of Ahiyawa; it happened elsewhere too. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat, very much appreciated. But there's some examples too, like for example, when the Hittites tried to negotiate a treaty with Egypt, there was a lot of massaging of the political differences in the political system. The Mitanni, when they signed their treaty with Egypt, they wanted Egyptian military support, and Egypt doesn't give that normally. The gifts that Egypt gave Assyria melted those down for the gold content and found out there's almost no gold in them. So yeah, you do have these misunderstandings of culture that would often take place, and a lot of ambassadors were sent to Egypt. Like there was this one Hittite ambassador that got sent to Egypt who ended up getting tortured. Okay, the king of Egypt had him chained to a pole and whipped for months. Months. Yeah, it sucked to be an ambassador. Yeah, you did not want to be an ambassador back then. In fact, I did a whole members video on this. Yeah, you just don't want to be that. You don't want to be that guy. So anyway, I hope that helped. There's some examples of it. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. And Micah Price for $5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, thanks for continuing to bring us more learning. Ooh. You're welcome. No question here. This one is my penance for asking multiple questions in a single super earlier. Well, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. We thank you for your support of the channel. That allows us to keep coming back week after week to do these videos and these live streams. We sorry, I'm just laughing at a comment that just came in. But we really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Darkblade goes, your sentence options are life, death, or ambassador to Egypt. Oh boy. AJ Higgins, composer. I just found out my school library has an electronic copy of your Ark of the Covenant book as well as your new paper. Awesome. Cool. Very cool. All right, next one here. And I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats here. Answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is the Ipuwer Papyrus an accurate depiction of the Exodus? I'm a bit skeptical since it's more pop level. No. Okay. The Ipuwer Papyrus does not describe the Exodus. Not at all. Okay. It describes some of the Exodus type events, the plague type events that happened during the Exodus. Now, let me explain that. The Ipuwer Papyrus was written in the Middle Kingdom, the late Middle Kingdom, probably the 12th dynasty. Okay? The Exodus takes place in the 19th dynasty. They're separated by 500 years. Okay? Now, what we know from, say, various prophetic texts of Egypt is that Egypt underwent these plagues from time to time as a natural result of the inundation. Okay? The river turning to blood, the blotting out of the sun, plagues of frogs, plagues of flies, that sort of thing. Those seem to be natural events or hypernatural events that would occur from time to time in Egypt. And the Ipuwer Papyrus describes some of those events that took place during the first intermediate period. Okay? Those events are then later on repeated during the Exodus, okay, during the year of the Exodus. So, it will describe what some of those events were like, but they're not the same events that occurred at the Exodus. They're both hypernatural events. They're both hypernatural events that occurred during the Nile inundation cycle, but they happen at different times. Okay, so the Ipuwer Papyrus recounts what happened during the first intermediate period, and the Exodus took place during the 19th dynasty. Okay, so it's an accurate description of some of the hypernatural events, but those are hypernatural events that occurred before the Exodus. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, answering LDS for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Does Heiser's holy stapler analogy discredit the prophetic nature of Isaiah 53? I don't know that analogy. I would have to look into that a bit more. I don't know what he means by what he means by that. So again, I'd have to look into that some more. Unfortunately, I can't comment on that because I don't know the analogy. All right. So, thank you for the super chat, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to give this one a pass because I'm just not aware of what he said here. Okay, Aaron Richard asked a member a question. Could you explain Leviticus 19:2 in context to the rest of chapter 19? Okay. Leviticus, actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pause this for a moment and take a few minute break, and I'll be right back. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Oh. Okay. Leviticus 19. All right. Verse 2 says, the Lord spoke to Moses, starting verse 1 here. Verse 2 says, speak to all the congregation of the sons of Israel and say to them, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, is holy. All right. And basically, it lays out here some of the laws. So, verse 3, everyone shall honor, reverence his mother and his father, and you shall keep the Sabbaths. That's just straight out of the Ten Commandments. Okay. 4, do not turn to idols or make yourselves a molten image. That's also straight out of the Ten Commandments. Verse 5, when you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, you shall offer it so that it may be accepted. That's out of the ritual law. Verse 6, it shall be eaten the same day you offer it, and the next day what remains shall be burnt with fire. Again, that's right out of ritual law. Verse 8, and everyone who eats it will bear his iniquity, for he has profaned a holy... Verse 7, so if it is eaten on the third day, it is an offense. It will not be accepted, and everyone who eat it will bear his iniquity. Okay, again, right out straight. All this is straight out of the ritual law. Verse 9, now when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not reap every corner of your field, neither shall you gather the gleanings of the harvest. Again, the gleanings are their version of the social safety net. So, and it says this right in verse 10, nor shall you glean your vineyard, nor shall you gather the fallen fruit of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the needy, for the stranger, for I am the Lord. Verse 11, you shall not steal or deal falsely, nor lie to one another. Again, right out of the Ten Commandments. Verse 10, you shall not swear falsely by my name. Right. This is taking the Lord's name in vain. Don't do it. Also, do not bear false witness. You shall not oppress your neighbor. Okay, so we're getting an idea here of what it means to be holy in the context of the whole chapter of Leviticus 19. So, that's essentially what we see here, is that in the speaking of the congregation in verse 2, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. This is what it means to be holy, is you keep the laws, you do justice, you obey, say, the ritual law as insofar as it applies. And yeah, so that's really what's going on here in Leviticus 19. So that's what it is in context. So it's basically laying out here that we are to follow the law and to maintain a standard of righteousness and holiness. And that's how you maintain holiness, essentially. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Gandalf the Base for a generous $20 super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate your generosity here. Hi, Dr. Folk. Hello. Hope you and your family are well. Yeah, we are. My question, I'm in my 3rd year of Greek at SWBTS, Southwestern Bible Theological Seminary. Oh, fantastic. You've gone through your Greek. Your mandatory 3 years of Greek. Good for you. Most people never do it. Most people never do it. I mean, most people do 1 year of Greek, and at that point they know just about enough Greek to be dangerous. You've actually gone through your 3rd year. Great. Fantastic. You found out it's not as easy as it sounds. He says, I greatly struggle with even caring about learning old languages. Anything to help with that. Anything would help. Okay, I can give you 2 pieces of advice here. Okay? First piece of advice is treat all your studies like an act of worship. Okay? Yes, learning languages is hard. It's really hard. Greek is hard, especially once you get into that second and third year Greek. It's really hard. And I think you've done an incredible job sticking it through third year. Most people will quit before they make it to third year. So, absolutely, you've stuck the course here. Okay. Now, as far as caring about it, once you start treating it like an act of worship, your studies as an act of worship, one of the things that you will discover is how useful this is after you've learned it. Okay? Once you discover how useful it is, once you finish, because you've got that knowledge now, even if you don't maintain it, and I strongly recommend you do maintain that knowledge through reading. Okay, that's how you maintain the knowledge, is you keep reading in Greek. You'll care about the fact that you can read it. Because now nobody will be able to say, oh, well, I took 3, 4, 6 translations, compared them, and I took the medium translation. And now you can go back and say, well, is that really right? Is this really how it's supposed to be translated? You know, you're in a great position now to really understand these things. And here's the thing. You don't reap the fruit of this when you're in seminary. Okay? You don't reap the fruit of this in seminary. You reap the fruit after. And sometimes years after. That's why it's very difficult to learn, yeah. Yeah, this is one of those things of delayed gratification. So, you're putting in all this work right now, and then you get the payoff later on. Now, I knew this going into seminary. I knew it was a language game. And I already had that idea. First of all, I was treating all my studies as worship anyway. Okay. So that's how I got through it, is that's how I was able to do the long hours and the agonizing study. And it was agonizing. Long hours and agonizing. Okay. But I also took every ancient language that the school offered. Everyone that I could get into that didn't have a conflict, or Gandalf says, should it still be confusing at this point? The phrase, it's all Greek to me, is still very real for me. Yes. That tells me you actually understand the problems of advanced Greek. Yes, it's still going to be confusing at that point. Okay? If you're not still struggling with the genitive and the participle right now, you have not come to understand the difficulties of exegeting Greek. So absolutely, that's normal. That's normal. In fact, the whole purpose of second and third year Greek is to impress upon you how difficult Greek can be. That seems kind of counterintuitive, but if you think about this, it actually makes a lot of sense too, because you're now not going to jump the gun and say, oh, yeah, this is the genitive, so it has to mean this. That's why Okay. Gandalf the Base says, please tell me Hebrew is easier. It is easier. Let me tell you the secret to Hebrew. Okay. Hebrew is easier. It's a lot easier. It's less words, yeah. But okay. Here's how Hebrew is going to be. Hebrew is the most difficult in the first 2 months. And then gets easier over time. Greek's the opposite. Greek's easy to begin with and gets more difficult over time as you understand the language more and more. Okay. Greek gets harder over time. Hebrew gets easier. Most of the people who drop Hebrew drop it in the first 2 months. The reason why they drop it is because they don't understand how to read the character set. They don't know how to read the consonants. They don't know how, they struggle to read the consonants, and they struggle to read the Masoretic points. That stuff on the screen right now, that's what people have struggle with, being able to read it like this. Okay. And to read Hebrew, you have to be able to do that. You can't rely on transliteration to read Hebrew. You have to go to the Masoretic text and be able to read the Masoretic text. Okay? And a lot of people struggle that first 2 months to understand the character set and the Masoretic points. But once they understand that, the grammar itself isn't that hard. It gets easier over time. Gandalf the Base says, I plan on getting my doctorate in Old Testament and teaching at a seminary. Well, wish you well on that. So I know Hebrew will be heavily in the course load. Oh yeah, if you're going to be doing Old Testament, you will be doing a lot of Hebrew. You might even be doing some comparative languages too, like Akkadian or Ugaritic. So now also SWBTS requires 3 years of Greek for pastoral ministry. Yeah, but that's true of most seminaries. Most seminaries will require Greek. Not all of them require Hebrew. They should. They should require Hebrew too, but they don't. The seminary I went to required 3 years of Greek and 2 years of Hebrew. Okay, and 2 years is fairly normal for Hebrew. Okay, so yeah, if you're going to be doing Old Testament, yeah, Hebrew is really, really important. You don't really need the Greek for Old Testament studies unless you're doing text critical work. If you're doing text critical work, you need the Greek too. So you'll use the Greek again if you do Old Testament stuff, especially if you do text criticism, because you're going to have to read the Septuagint. And the Septuagint is the Old Testament translated into Greek. And it's an important source. So you're not going to be able to ditch the Greek just because you become a Old Testament scholar. You're going to need that too. Okay? But definitely, you're going to need the Hebrew, and the Hebrew is easier than Greek. So... No! Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. But yeah, you're still gonna need your Greek, because you're gonna need the Septuagint. Yep, you're gonna need the Septuagint. Where is it now? Where's my Septuagint here? There's my Septuagint. Yes, Gandalf the Base. A bunch of guys built a tower 1,000 years ago, and now I have to learn all of this. Yep. There is a book out there that can help you with your late stage Greek, by the way. And it's called it's still all Greek to me. Okay? and it was done. I think was it wasn't Trenchard who did wrote that. Um, it might have been Dan. What was his name now? Stanley Porter maybe. But yeah, it was a book that was meant for advanced Greek students who are still trying to cope with Greek. So, um, so that might be of help too. Okay, so yeah, Daniel Wallace might have written that, or Stanley Porter. I can't remember who wrote "It's Still All Greek to Me," but yeah, that was meant to be a sort of an aid to help you, once you go through. Dan Wallace's book is an excellent book. It's an excellent book. It's also I don't know if you're using the abridged one or the big one. Okay, there's two of it. Two. Daniel Wallace did two versions of that book on yeah, he calls it, I think he called it the basic grammar of Greek, but nothing basic about it. I mean, as I said, there's two versions. There's a condensed version and then there's an expanded version. And the expanded version is like 800 pages. You know, so much for basic grammar, but but yeah, Wallace is the definitive textbook for learning Greek. So at least Koine. So Gandalf, I hope that helped. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news on this, but you will still have to use your Greek as an Old Testament scholar. But I hope this helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and keep slugging at it. You know, it'll be worth it in the end. That's all I can tell you. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Mrs. Producer says, yeah, after 5 years after uh, you finish your PhD, you'll discover how natural it comes to you. Yeah, about it. Okay. I want to thank Jack Ray for another 10 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. We really appreciate your support for the channel. Okay. Oh, I see that. Okay. Gandalf the Base. Meet me at the next ETS meeting. You'll see bags on bags on my eyes. Yeah, well, I don't know anyone at ETS who doesn't have bags under their eyes. But I'd definitely be glad to meet you there. Okay, we got a 1999 um super chat from Paul here, and he says, "Answer someone's question on me." Okay, awesome. But you also happen to be the last super chat, so we're gonna be going into non-super chats now. So yeah, we don't. I mean, definitely we'll be going through non-super chats at the moment. So I did see some that I think were worth taking. So I've got one at 740, one at 610, and one at 725. Just alone. So let's start going here, and um biggest told you nine. Okay, what was that? 907. Okay. I'm almost there. 907. $907. 907. Okay, from Ryan here. We got a non-super chat here from Ryan. What's the biggest "I told you so" in biblical archaeology? Oh, that's got to be the Tel Dan Stela. The one that basically says, uh, the House of David. You know, minimalists made hay for decades on the whole idea that there was no Davidic kingdom and there was no King David. And then they had to walk that back to, well, there might have been King David, but he was a local chief. And then we find Hebrew writing all over the place, and it's just like, okay, yeah, yeah, we told you so. We told you so, man. There was a King David, and he did have a kingdom, and it was quite extensive. So that was probably the biggest "I told you so" moment in biblical archaeology. So there were other "told you so" moments too, like the Hezekiah stela, or sorry, seal. The Jehu inscription. There's a lot of them, but that's probably the biggest one. The Tel Dan stela, and frankly, it came the Tel Dan stela was. It's very funny because in 1992, biblical minimalists were going, "No, there's absolutely no evidence at all for King David ever existing. He was just a mythological figure." 1994, they dig the Tel Dan stela out of the ground, which talks about the House of David. Oh, but he wasn't an expansive king. Yeah, they had to walk that back real fast. So, from 1977 to 1994, that whole idea of there was no such thing as King David dominated biblical archaeology. Bon, do you think they'll ever do the same with Moses? They might. Okay, they might, but the question is, will they? The question is, will we get the smoking gun for Moses that we got for King David? That's sort of the $1 million question here. It doesn't seem very likely that we'll get a smoking gun just because of the way the Exodus worked. Okay, so I'm not hopeful that there's going to be that an inscription pulled up to say that this was written about Moses. Okay, but we might get something early. Okay, we might get some, like, for example, we never thought we'd get an inscription about Balaam, son of Peor, but we did. I mean, it's 700 years later, but the whole idea that, at least in, say, Moabite culture, there was a Balaam, son of Peor. That alone is really significant. So, will we find something early relating to Moses? Very possible. We do know that, say, the Song of the Sea is very early. Very early. It's about 50 years after the conquest. So, will we get something very similar with an inscription um, from the Israelites that may be, 10th, 11th century? Possible. And if we get that, then that changes the complexion of all of this. So, but we don't have that inscription yet. But yeah, it could happen. It could happen for Moses too. In which case, the whole sort of academic world will do another swing of the pendulum. So yeah, it could happen. But I don't know if it will happen in my lifetime. Okay, so that's sort of the biggest I told you so in biblical archaeology. So next question. We do. Okay, 740. Yeah, I'm not prepared to answer that. Okay, 740. Bon, have you seen the Joe Rogan interview with Zahi Hawass? No, I don't. I didn't. I don't find Zahi that interesting. I haven't said anything more than that. I'm not going to say anything more than that. I have my opinions about Zahi. Okay, 725. Okay, Vish asks the question. Oh, did he? Bauman says, apparently Sahi Hawas humiliated himself on it. And everyone says he's a total joke now. Oh, now I gotta watch it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh okay, I'm not gonna say too much about Zahi because Zahi still has power in Egypt. Okay. And he can make your life really, really bad if you're an Egyptologist. Okay. But now I'm interested to watch it. Popcorn review it. Oh yeah, that'll go over well. Okay, Vish asks, book recommendation on different views of the supplementary hypothesis, comparing it to the documentary hypothesis. I don't think there's a good book on this yet. But I would point you to the writings of Benjamin Kilcore. Okay? He has done some work on both the supplementary and documentary hypothesis. He holds to a supplementary hypothesis himself. I do too. But he's one of the biggest sort of critics of the documentary hypothesis at the moment, and he's a proponent of the supplementary hypothesis. So that's who I'd recommend. Is Benjamin Kilcore. Okay, so I hope that helps. Solidus 1319, is Dr. Zahi Hawass a Muslim? Yes, he is. Okay, we'll take this one from Ernie Stanley. Is Joseph's prayer or Jonah's prayer in Jonah 2 verses 2 to 7 evidence of Jonah dying inside the fish? The same motif seems to be found in Psalm 31 to 4 concerning David. However, David was never raised from the dead. All right, now we got to be really careful here. Because while the same motif is used in Psalm 30, it's not used in the same way. Okay, so let's talk about this. First of all, let's bring up Psalm 30. And we'll show how it's not used in the same way. Psalm chapter 30 says, verse 1, a psalm, a song of dedication of the house, a psalm of David. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not let my enemies rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried to thee for help, and thou didst heal me. He never died. Okay? O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from Sheol. Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Okay? So even though it uses the verb, thou hast brought my soul up from Sheol, he didn't go to the pit. He was kept alive. Verse 3. And then finally, verse 4. Sing praise to the Lord, you, his godly ones, and give thanks to his holy name. Okay. So it's really explicit here in Psalm chapter 30 that David, even though he uses that word, brought my soul from Sheol, he didn't go down there. Okay? This is a metaphorical bringing up of the pit, because in the same verse, you've got the contrast. You have kept me alive. Yeah, it's like saying I feel like hell today. Okay? Thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Now keep that in mind. In this verse 3 here, because this is where this whole sort of idea that Jonah didn't die comes from in relation to Psalm 30. And I've seen a lot of people make this exegetical mistake, including Jimmy A. could make this mistake. Okay? So remember, thou hast brought my soul up from Sheol, but thou hast kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Now, let's compare that to Jonah. And Jonah is the later passage here. So Psalm 30 is the early. Jonah's the later. Go to Jonah. chapter, it's not Obadiah, Jonah. Jonah, chapter 2. Okay, we'll go from 2 to 7, okay? And he said, this is Jonah. Okay, let's actually start from verse 1 here, because that gives you the context. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord his God from the stomach of the fish. So he's inside the fish already. And he said, I called out of my distress to the Lord, and he answered me. I cried from the depth of Sheol. Okay. So he's down there already. It's not the same wording. Okay? Thou didst hear my voice, for thou hadst cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas, and the current engulfed me, all the breakers and billows passed over. Okay? So I said, I have been expelled from thy sight. Nevertheless, I will look again toward the holy temple. Water encompassed me to the point of death. Basically, to the point of his life. The great deep engulfed me. Reeds were wrapped around my head. I descended to the roots of the mountains. Okay, so he's in the underworld. The earth with its bars was around me forever, and that's death. Okay, this is the closing of the bars of the earth. He's dead. This is the point of death right here. But thou hast brought up my life from the pit. Ooh, this is not the same as Psalm 30. Psalm 30 said, thou hast prevented me from going into the pit. Jonah's different. But thou hast brought my life from the pit. He's dead. Dead, dead. Dead, dead, dead. Osiris dead. Okay? So, that's the point of death when the bars have closed around you. They're closed. It's in the perfect. He's dead. Okay? But a lot of people make this mistake when dealing with Psalm 30. Psalm 30 will say, okay, yes, you have brought me up from Sheol, but you kept me alive, and I did not go into the pit. Here we got the same passage as far as going, you brought me up from Sheol, or I descended to Sheol, okay? So this is different. This is sort of the opposite of Psalm 30. Psalm 30 says, yeah, you preserved me. This is the opposite of Psalm 30. You didn't preserve me, but you brought me out anyway. It's a very different passage. A very different passage. You know, yes, you brought me up from Sheol, Psalm 30. In Jonah 2, verse 2, I cried from the depth of Sheol. Okay. You kept me alive, Psalm 30. Jonah 2, 6. I descended to the roots of the mountains, and the earth with his bars was around me forever. Forever. You did not allow me to descend into the pit, Psalm 30. But thou hast brought me up my life from the pit. So, Darkblade. Is he dead? Dead, dead, double dead, dead as Osiris dead, or dead as the credibility of Titus Candy's copyright claim dead? Ooh, ouch! Ouch, ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! The last one. Okay? So yes, absolutely, David was never dead. But Psalm 30 is basically making the claim that David didn't die. And we don't get the death motif from the descent into Sheol, or the metaphor of I feel so bad, my soul goes down to Sheol. Okay, we get the claim of death from the fact that the bars were around him, the forever, the bars of the earth, and his descent to the roots of the mountain. Okay, that's basically him saying, "I'm in the underworld." Okay, the roots of the mountain in Semitic cosmology is below the waters. Okay, so they believe that the roots of the mountains went down into the sea, and Sheol was beneath that. So for him to be at the roots of the mountains means he's dead already. And the earth with his bars surrounding him in the perfect tense means it's over. It's done. Okay? Okay, so that's a done deal there. But and here's the contrast. Here's the inflection point in verse 6. But thou hast brought my life from the pit. He's in the pit. He's in Sheol. He's dead. Titus Kennedy credibility dead. Okay? So the two passages are very different, and they're telling you two different things using similar phrasing. Jonah probably knew about Psalm 30. And he probably knew about and basically took some of David's wording, because Jonah lived long after King David. So Jonah was probably aware of King David's writing in Psalm 30. You know, he's fully aware of the Psalms that David wrote. You know, people sang them frequently. This is what's called intertextuality. It's basically you're taking a phrase from one piece of literature and repurposing it for a different use. That's intertextuality. Yeah. The dude's a dude. Momo says the mountains were pegs holding the earth stable. You know, there's a lot of explanations for the cosmology, but that is the cosmology. Okay? Darkblade Chad. What do you think? What are some other dead things so I don't run out of examples of for this format? The mullets from the 1980s, they're dead. Thank goodness. Nobody wants to see mullets back. Okay. So, Ernie Stanley, I hope that answers your question. Thank you for the question. We do get that question semi-frequently. But again, it's from that misunderstanding of the intertextuality between Psalm 30 and Jonah 2. And a lot of people misunderstand intertextuality and how that works between texts. Okay? So it's a common misunderstanding, but Jonah is using that same wording from Psalm 30, but in a different way. And it's very clear once you sort of lay out the text how they're different. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much, or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. And then we got one at 6:10 I was going to take here. This will probably be our last question of the night. From Mike JSB. Okay. And he asks, does the people determinative accompanying the name Israel on the Merneptah Stela indicate that Merneptah encountered Israel away from their home territory? No. But another one does. Okay? So, let me bring up the Merneptah Stela. Bring up the Merneptah Stela. The word Israel. And it's right there. I got a picture on the display here, and it's highlighted in red. Okay? And it's red from right to left. Now, it's going to be kind of hard for me to point at this, so I don't know if I can... Let me see, is there a way I can point this? Apply linear... Yeah, there's not a way I can point to this easy, but let's just walk you through that. There's the double relief at the beginning. That's your Y. You got your door bolt S at the top of the next, followed by a double slash, and then a mouth R at the bottom. Okay, and then beside it you have a single relief. So this is Yisri. You got a vulture bird and another mouth shaped R. So this is Yisri R. Now that's the phonetic portion of the text. Okay. Now we have then three determinatives. Okay. We got a single slash. Okay. That's probably just a spacer. At the very end, we have three slashes followed by a male and female character. That is the people determinative. So that means this is a people group. Okay. However, between the people determinative and the single slash is a throwing stick determinative. Okay. Now, the throwing stick means this is a foreign group. Okay. So while the people determinative could be any people, it could be domestic or foreign, the throwing stick determinative is used exclusively of foreigners. Okay. So the whole idea here so it's not the people determinative that indicates that these are a foreign people. It's the throwing stick determinative, and it's used often with Semitic peoples. Okay. So it's an indication here that this is a Semitic people, it's a foreign people, and it is a people group when you combine that with the people determinative. So it's the determinatives here are showing us that this is an Asiatic foreign people group. Okay? So this would give you strong indication that these are probably people that Merneptah encountered away from the home territory. Now, there's also a literary reason why we would say that this is a foreign people. Okay? This occurs in the poetic section of the Merneptah Libyan victory stela. Okay? And the poetic stela portion is essentially where the king basically talks about all his deeds in suppressing foreign nations. Okay? The king never puts domestic encounters in a poetic section. That's just not done. Because the point of a poetic section in a stela like this is to show the gods how good he is at handling foreign nations. So you never find a domestic people being included in a poetic section. It's just not done. Okay? So this and this section is also arranged in couplets. Okay? Where you have various foreign groups compared side by side. In the first, say, couplet, you have the Hittites compared to the Libyans, two foreign peoples. Next one, you have the Gaza being compared with Canaan. Again, Canaan being a city here, or Ashkelon. Sorry, Ashkelon compared to Canaan, which was a euphemism for Gaza. So two cities on the coast of Canaan. Okay. Then you had the comparison between the Hurru or Hurrians with the Israelites, both of which are nomadic people groups, and both of them have that people group determinative used of them in the next couplet. Okay, so you have these similar nomadic groups that Merneptah encounters in the Levant, and then finally, on the last stanza, you have Yeno-Am compared to Gezer. Okay, and Gezer is the whole reason that Merneptah went out there, and these are two major fortified cities that Merneptah conquers. And that's the whole reason, as I said, Merneptah's out there, is he's doing a police action against Gezer. Okay? So this poetic section only refers to foreigners. It never, ever refers to domestic disputes. Okay? So there's really no doubt that this is a reference to Israel away from the Egyptian homeland. Okay? So but again, it's not the people determinative that sort of pegs this as a foreign people. It's the throwing stick determinative. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. And that's going to be the last question of the night. All right? So all the people who are peeling off to sleep, you picked a great time. Okay. So we're going to call it here. We want to thank everyone who supported the channel through your super chats and your PayPal donations. We really, really appreciate it. And we thank you very much for your support. You guys put food on our table, and that allows us to keep coming back week after week to answer your questions and to teach. We also want to thank our Patreon supporters, who basically, and our YouTube supporters who basically keep the equipment going. We really appreciate that. That's so helpful, because things break all the time. Okay? And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch these videos, who hit that like and subscribe button and the bell notification, and who share the URLs of these videos with other social media platforms, because you guys get the message out. So with that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could be with us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.